So we are ready to start. So.
All right, sweet. Okay, so welcome everyone.
I really want to appreciate all of you guys taking your time on Sunday morning on this beautiful day in Tashkent. Welcome to AWS Community Day Central Asia 2024. This is our second edition. The first one took place last year in Almaty, and we just decided to take this over to Tashkent and make this beautiful event. And we really hope that you will enjoy this session. So we have a lot of things prepared for you guys today, but before we do that, so let's do the opening ceremony, and I want to welcome our speakers to the stage. Abdullah Kochkarov, Executive IT Director of IT Park Uzbekistan, and Victor Vezhnich, Developer Architect at AWS. Please welcome.
Welcome to Community Day AWS Tashkent Central Asia. I'm so excited to be here today. So my welcome speech will not be very long, but first of all, I want to say huge thanks to our guys. Where is Sergey and Sergey, but Ahmed Dadik, you are superhero. You in my heart, honestly, you did an amazing job. So it's so amazing that so many people today in one room, and I see in your eyes you want to learn something new. And honestly, I expected that you will leave today sessions with something new, because we have so different kind of topics. If you prefer to learn something about generative AI, first topic from Konstantin about CI/CD and generative AI will be very interesting. If you want to know more about Terraform, superhero on Bedrock, Serverless and Terraform, how to do it together, I don't know, for example. I will stay and will listen what I'm going to describe. FinOps, if you seem like you spend too much money in AWS or in your cloud, Igor Vanyuk, I don't see him, but I believe he will arrive on time and describe the story how to do correctly FinOps. If you're interested in how to create your own applications with generative AI, also have such kind of sessions. Prompt engineering, everyone can't speak about generative AI, but in my personal opinion, what we can do today, first of all, to figure out how we can speak with computers. And it seems like we need to know what's the language of computers. And prompt engineering, it's what we have to spend some time and understand how it works, how to write good prompt for your request. But in my opinion, again, huge thanks to the community, huge thanks to the guys who organized today all this event. Yesterday we had a great event with Game Day. It was a great experience, hands-on. Today we will learn a lot of new stuff. Huge thanks that you come to today, and all of the sponsors who help us to organize all of this stuff, and I want to pass to Director of IT.
Yeah, thank you, ladies and gentlemen, our guests, partners. Yes, something wrong? Mine? Yeah, I'm welcoming you to the AWS community in Uzbekistan. And I'm so proud to be here, and I'm so proud that IT Park is one of the supporters of this event in Uzbekistan, and so many bright eyes that, Uzbekistan making tremendous steps in IT sphere. Just a few years ago, the number of employees in IT sphere in Uzbekistan was less than 2,000 people in all Uzbekistan, just imagine. Now, it's more than 30,000 people working as an employee in IT sphere in Uzbekistan in more than 2,000 companies. And for this year, our predictions that at least 50,000 people will work at the IT sphere in Uzbekistan, at IT companies, as freelancers, as supporters, as service managers, as developers, and we are proud to support you at this type of events in Uzbekistan. And I'm sure that all of you will be put a lot of effort, a lot of your jobs to ensure Uzbekistan as a quality, as a point of where quality is the same quality with other countries, because we are challenging, Uzbekistan challenging with a lot of competitions with other countries as a software developers, and you, I'm sure, will be a bright eyes and will be a good point and the persons of this competition in other countries. Thank you.
And I think we have to invite our guys who did this amazing job. I mean, like, you don't know that, like, I don't know, maybe some of you know that they started preparations for Community Day exactly on the previous one, because in Almaty 9 months ago they said, like, we will do Community Day Central Asia next time in Tashkent. I'm so proud that they committed and they did it. Not did it, but they're going to do. They invited all of you. Ahmed, thank you, superhero. Thank you. I said that a lot of people wanted to make a photo with you. I also want to make a photo with you today, quite a couple times.
And I want to make the same photo as well, so we'll definitely be doing it. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Victor. Thank you, yeah.
All right.
So I want to ask our guys to put the community talk to the screen.
All right.
So
First things
first,
first.
this is the event from the community to the community, right? So there is nothing kind of like we kind of spent our time to prepare all these tracks, all the sessions. We invited a lot of people, so I really hope that you guys will enjoy it. I still don't see my presentation. Can you guys please put it on the screen? And all this thing actually begins on what we call the user group, right? So actually, how many of you guys been to any AWS user group meetup before? Not only in Uzbekistan, not only in Central Asia, but like anywhere in the world. All right, so I still see some people who didn't raise their hands. So, and I think you will understand why this is important and why you should find your local user group and participate in their meetups. So what is a user group? So a couple of words about it. So this is definitely a local community that is kind of mostly involved with the cloud and stuff. We mostly focus on the AWS services, and we try to engage our audience with the cloud community and like cloud competency, right? So that's where you can learn, you can exchange some ideas, you can ask some questions from our enthusiasts or our experts, and that's where the community grows, and that's how it becomes a user group. And it's also knowledge sharing, right? So we have a bunch of people with a lot of different like let's say experience, right? So some of them are today.
We have a lot of experts who have prepared decent sessions. So you probably already know we have our guest, AWS Hero. I know most of you guys know him from the Terraform modules. And it's also a really good place for our new speakers, right? So this is the place where you can, like, if you learn something about AWS, this is the best place to kind of share it with others, and because when you share it, you kind of learn it even better, right? And it's also a networking opportunity. You will find like-minded people who will be probably doing the same stuff, or you might, for example, even get some, I don't know, some offers or something like that. This is a really good place where it all happens, right? Because you never know who might you stumble upon. All right, so that's kind of also involved with the skill development, right? So if you really want to learn AWS, but you don't know where to begin and how to do stuff, this is the best place where you can come and see what others are doing and learn stuff. All right, so with that being said, so I also want to give you some highlights of what we have been doing so far and some of our statistics. All right, so this took about 2 years to make this event happen, actually. So we started back on November 2022, and that's where we have started our first meetup. But since that time, so last year only, we hosted 20 plus events. So this is both virtual and offline events in Central Asia. And this is combining our user groups from Kazakhstan and Kyrgyzstan and all that other user groups. And we also actually launched our first Community Day Central Asia in Almaty. That's where the first one took place last year, and we decided to bring it back here, as I said. And some pictures, so as you can see, a bunch of different people having fun, learning stuff, and doing the networking. All right, so with that being said, I really want to take your phones right now because I want you to join your local user group right now, all right? If you didn't yet. Okay, so the first one. This is our local user group in Tashkent. I know that all of you guys, hopefully, are already joined. And this is also part of the quest that we're doing today. So, and you might also get our branded t-shirt. And this is a limited edition. So take a chance, try to learn the t-shirt. And also, for those of you guys who want to bring their, ideas to our stage, and want to share something, we have another one for you. So if you want to be a speaker, and I really, really want to encourage you guys to be a speaker, because this is where you can teach someone, where you can take some opportunity to let others know that you actually can do that, and that's where the networking does its job, right? And this is the one, and I want you to scan this one just in case you really want to submit your proposals, submit your speech. And we are open to any level, all right? So I mean any level. If you really, if you just started learning AWS, still, please come to our user group, be our speaker, be our guest. We have a lot of branded kits and branded swag prepared for you guys. All right, so that's about user group. And I also want to give some expectations, all right? I want to know what to expect today. So, this is a great big event. And we have 3 tracks, right? So we are covering a lot of different topics, as Vita already mentioned. So we have serverless, security, generative AI, and we also have database. We will be discussing open source, Terraform, right? So it's not part of AWS, but this is still the great ecosystem. And it's all covered in 18 talks in total, all right? So, by 20 speakers. So we, even though it's called Central Asia Community Day, we have actually collected, let's say, or invited our speakers from 7 different countries, including our country, Kazakhstan, Norway, Germany, and Georgia, Ukraine, and also there was a Tajikistan, but for personal reasons, we actually couldn't manage to get that speaker here. But as you can see, this is an international event actually, and I also saw some our guests coming from all the way from Singapore. Right, so I really believe those guys are somewhere in our room, and I really, it's really heartwarming, and I really want to see more of that. Okay, so that's not it. Okay, so we also have other stuff that you can do in between our talks. If you are waiting for your talk or want to do something else, you can play the builder cards. You can find our community booth downstairs on level 1, where you can do also the quest. So that's where you can get our branded swag. It's limited, so you definitely have to take some time and do some hard working to earn that swag. And also, there will be a grand quiz. Okay, so that's how we call it. And we will be asking you a lot of different AWS questions, starting from beginner level all the way to advanced levels. And we have a lot of valuable swag, all right? Valuable swag, not just a swag, not just a t-shirt, trust me, they're all worth it. So it will be happening before the closing speech at around 5 p.m. So I will be seeing you guys up there. Okay, so, and I also want to say my heartfelt thanks to our partners and sponsors, without whom we couldn't make this. So we all know, of course, like I really want to say great thanks to EPAM Systems, QCloudy, for taking their time and appreciating what we do and helping us to make this happen. You can find their booth downstairs on level 1. Please make sure that you just approach them and ask them questions, and you might also get some swags up there as well. All right. Also, this is sponsored. This is mostly helped by AWS. We had a great help from AWS, and of course, IT Park Uzbekistan. This is probably like one of the companies without whom we wouldn't be able to make this happen. So thank you for Inha University for providing us this beautiful venue and this beautiful screen. Miro and JetBrains, they're our partners, and we will be doing some swags and stuff during our grand quiz. And also we have our media partners covering us all the way, so thanks them as well. Have a happy community day. So thanks everyone, and I want to start the next talk, and I want to welcome to the speech Konstantin Severinchuk. So he is a cloud competency executive at EPAM Systems. Please, welcome.
Thanks, everyone. I'm really excited and thrilled to be here. I have had a long trip, 24 hours, because I haven't traveled from Ukraine, but through the Europe. It was really fun. And thanks for this great organization. All right, looks like I'm missing the clicker. We are working in IT, but still having some issues. I'm not going to talk about the AI in this case, right? Because we are still humans and we need to execute our stuff. All right. So what we are going to talk about, let me measure the temperature a bit. What kind of audience do we have? Do we have developers over here? Can you raise your hands? All right, cool. Do we have any architects? Not too much, but few of them. All right, any business guys? And ladies? All right, cool. I do have a pretty interesting topic. It's a bit widespread. Those I've divided into 4 main parts. So I'm going to skip the intro because it's for the lazy people, right? But I'm going to talk about the infra project that is called InfraPhoenix. I'm going to touch AI integration cases, and maybe or definitely I'll give some time for the demo. All right. Regards the intro, who am I? I'm like a bit dinosaurs working in the IT industry from 2007, right? So I am 18 years already there. 16 years like a systems engineer, and mostly closely to 14 years at EPAM Systems. What I do? I'm Director of Technology Solutions. It means that I'm lead systems architect. However, beside that, I'm still hands-on. I'm keeping my hands dirty in order to be in the trend and see what is going on across the globe, across the world in IT industry. I do have like a core roles, functionality, hybrid skills, whatever, right? I'm trying to make the solutions fully automated end-to-end, and if it's not automated from end-to-end, maybe AI will help us. I'm not talking about the strategic stuff, easy to execute for the business, right, and for the other people. Those. Let's move on. What do we have on our plate? We have the developer's dilemma. What is developer's dilemma, right? Fulfillment the routine tests. imagine that you are coming daily to work and executing manual stuff in order to be prepared. I don't know, is it like an infrastructure? Is it CI/CD related stuff? Those, it has the direct impact on the overall productivity because you are spending your time instead of developing the feature, instead of developing the logic, business logic, technical capabilities, enablers, still you're moving there. From another side, you're spending the time in order to test the things, test your features, and you're slowing up. You're slowing up, and in this case, we have been thinking how actually it can speed up our work, our progress, to increase the efficiency of ourselves. Those, we do have this solution in automation. So our solution to help developers increase the productivity, focus on the business logic instead of the code quality. It doesn't mean that you have to skip the quality gates. However, you need to concentrate mostly what are you developing, what are you doing, how do you do, how you're going to execute your code. What about the project itself? So we have been thinking about the core principles and core capabilities. So we would like to be the client focused, right? So we are working in IT industry, we do have the clients, consumers, product companies, everyone is developing something. The client focus, this is the first one, the client centricity, and we would like to be the best over here. We want to be the future-proof cloud solutions because clouds nowadays, this is capability enabler for us to execute as much faster, as much resilient, stable, and reliable. So this is the business goals, business values, business commitments, the management, continuous evolution. Still, from the 18 years in industry, I see that trends are still moving and moving as fast as we can. We started journey with the cloud-first enablers. Right now we have the AI enablers. Those, we have introduced AI over here, and we dedicate expert advisory. So we are not just putting finger into the sky and thinking how it's going to be implemented. Still, we have these features and capabilities to proceed with. We package our experience in a different way, right? So we managed to build the CI/CD pipelines for our consumers and our customers into the horizontal scalable accelerator stuff, right? We are mostly AWS concentrated. It's InfraPhoenix and AWS AI integrations. Pretty the same we have for the other CSPs, cloud service providers, the big elephants, and it is done in appropriate manner in order to have the AI augmentation for the SDLC. Those. So case number one, this is AI stuff, what we have developed for ourselves, AI GDM bot, AI powered. So we have been thinking, let's imagine for a developer, in order to be onboarded, how much time it's going to take. Like, I have no clue what I do have in my repository, right? Is it like a GitHub, GitLab, or Bitbucket? I need to spend the time, I need to read the code, I need to read the documentation. It's taking time. Is it like an operational time? Some sort of. Those, we've developed this tool that is helping us to increase the productivity. How it works? Pretty easy, right? So developer has the source code. In the middle, we have the GDM bots, and we have the logics behind it at AWS Bedrock. So through the command at the GitHub, you're telling, hey, can you please explain me what do I have in my GitHub, GitLab, or Bitbucket? And it is generating the model and telling, you know, here is the code that is describing application certain A, B, C, D, E, and it is executing stuff on this kind of language. And you're telling, okay, great. Can I generate some unit test for that? For sure, and it is generating the unit test for you. So you don't spend the time over here as well. Also, it can build some sort of the pipelines. It's implemented on the YAML and JSON stuff, so it's easy to maintain because this language is there declarative. I'm not talking about the metadata because metadata itself is going to be published at the Bedrock, executed back, and you are having this result appropriately, see from the holistic view. It was just an intro. InfraPhoenix. We spend a lot of time working with our clients, and we are trying to not reinvite the bicycles. We are still keep using the tools that they do have in their inventory, their applications, in order to be more stable. So what do we have over here, right? So we have CI/CD project based fully on the AWS. It is creating the pipelines for you. It's fully, sorry, I'm sneezing a bit, and I may be coughing a bit due to the long travel. Sorry for that. So it's taken too long time to set up the pipelines, right? It is increasing the operational cost in order to support. Let's imagine that you need to build the CI/CD pipelines at Jenkins. Is it easy? Right, but still you have to maintain it. So we've tried to find some sort of the compromise, and we have created these pipelines. How it looks like: fully cloud native, hosted at AWS, divided into two main parts. So at the upper part, you see the infrastructure itself, self-reliable, based on the Terraform. And I think my friend definitely will talk about the Terraform. He already reviewed code yesterday and told that I need to fix it. Definitely, I'm going to fix it. We have a pretty same approach as GDM bot, right? The main version control systems are there. You're posting your code. You do have the Atlassian Terraform. For the checks, you do have the cloud custodian, TF6, you have Chekhov, TF-Lint, and the bad thing that it's automatically checked. You don't need to spend the time over here. In the middle, we do have the main applicational stuff. Pretty the same from the version control systems. Fully cloud native. It supports and has already integration with SonarQube, AI handle that I will cover a bit later. We do have Selenium and other different stuffs. So you see, we do have most of the integrations, pretty easy to execute. What are the key benefits over here? It's fully managed, self-reliable, auto-scaled stuff. Your infrastructure is scaled at the same certain period of time as application is scaling as well. We do have the ECR or EC2, we have the Artifactory storage. We have full continuous integration and continuous delivery stuff at the same time. How actually the pipeline looks like. So developer is making the commit and everything else is going smoothly and fully automatically way. You see the green components, you can change them if you would like to. So it's what we have been thinking a lot, and I'm as architect, I wasn't leading this project, I was sponsoring it. And I've told, hey guys, we need to create the plug-in, plug-out in order to make the changes on the fly, because the tools, they're going to be changed. However, AWS still will be there. Here is a team who actually did it. I would like to thank them and tell that it was a good job. It was developed during the year. If you see, we have only 3 developers over here. Right, rest of the people. So we have had the guidance from the product owner. We have had 2 architects. We have had the Scrum Master. So usually, as IT business do. From the project overview, what we've checked, realized, we've tried for ourselves for the first time, because we are IT company as well, and we are doing first time for ourselves, testing it, and after that we can provide it for our clients. So we provided it for our developers. What they told us, it's easy to scale, it's cost efficient, so TCO model, tracking cost optimization, finance optional stuff, everything is here. Pretty easy to do, right? It's simple, and it has already pre-built security. So you are able to assign any policies that you would like to, because it's already hosted in your organization. It means you can grab it, deploy it into your infrastructure, and use it like an isolated stuff. We have used the best practices for the CI/CD, quality gates, test results, and other different stuff. So we have followed the industry. It means we are compliant over here. The full automation that is used, so we mostly use the services instead of the bare metal or instances. So what is about? It is already supporting Java, Python, and Golang. You are able to run your workloads at EC2, ECS, EKS. We do support Bitbucket, GitHub, GitLab, AWS code commit, right? Unfortunately, there are some limitations from that lesson. However, we are still working in order to have it more flexible. How it looks like. So here is a code deploy interface. This is stage deployment. Pretty easy to do, easy to see, everything centralized at one interface. Pretty the same for the distributed load testing, right? You can easily see what kind of tests were executed. Here at your infrastructure, you already know the SLA, what is going to be the OLA if it's inside of the organization, and it's scalable enough. We do have this like interface, right? So you're able to see what is going to be executed. From the Selenium test, we do have the report portal. Also, we have report portal integration into the Slack, so you can easily make the configuration, what is going to be executed, what do you see, what kind of stage, what kind of environment, is it successful or not. Pretty the same we do have for the Teams, Microsoft Teams, because it's right now for the most of the enterprise companies, it's reliable enough. Solution use cases. If you will take a look at the business perspective, so what kind of the business domains are covered, so mostly most of them are covered here. Why? Because we are compliant. If you would like to assign any policy and any compliance, AWS is giving you such kind of capabilities, and you're just enabler. From EPAM solution, right? Why we did it? Because you're saving the time. For example, how long it's going to you to take, I don't know, to tear up the Jenkins, to tear up the CloudBeast, TeamCity, whatever, any CI/CD tool, it's taking the time. Here, it's fully automated. Just click the button, execute it, and see what is going on. How much time do I have? All right, I still have some time. Cost reduction. So AWS announced this year that they have changed a bit the financial operational stuff. So you can make the cost reductions because you can upscale, downscale on the fly. The quality improvements, that's self-describable stuff because of the quality gates and quality attributes that can be easily done, integrated over here. From the solutions benefits. Sorry. So it's much more faster from the business perspective, because business don't care about those money, and you don't have to tell the business, hey guys, to your technical lead, to your business developers, that I need more money. It's more productive. More productive because you're not spending the time, I mean the operational time. You can communicate from the different perspectives way, different integrators and different connectors. Quality improved, IT cost reductions. It's free to make some sort of the prototypes, because AWS as a cloud service provider gives you possibility to do this. And this is shorter time to launch in any project, in any productions. From the technical benefits, from the solution and stuff, right? It's already has onboarded the version control systems over here. So it's easy for you to make the connection and to execute it. All of the tools that are represented here, they're pretty popular. So we are not trying to use any other different stuff. The CI/CD approach is mostly self-describable, and we have the AI integrations. Let's talk about the AI. Still, AI is a tool for myself. It is not going to change you anyway. It totally depends how you're going to use it and what's the applicability of it. What we have been thinking, and it is already implemented. Let's imagine, sorry, I haven't asked how many systems engineers, DevOps, SREs do we have over here? All right, cool. Good for you. Let's imagine that you have to write the Terraform code, right? Still, you can use Terraform modules, but you need to make some sort of customization. I've just visited, during the past way here, I visited one of our clients, and they do have 2 systems engineers who are checking the Terraform constantly on a daily basis, like at 3-4 hours daily for each of the developer who has made a commit or merge request. Is it long time? It is. Are they making the mistakes? Yeah. So what we did, we created the error handler, the automatically one that is actually covering your errors and telling you're not going to make this happen. It is not going to be merged. The first stuff. We have got the regular warnings as well. As soon as the webhook pre-commit is done, it is checking the Terraform code. So you're not spending the time over here. You're just reading the errors, reading the comments. From the application perspective, it is unit test generation through the PRs as well. So developer has committed the code of the application. It has tight influence to the infrastructure as well. You're generating the unit test here automatically. It has the source code's explanation as well. And from the another stuff, it has the code commands. And the biggest cherry on the cake is the Sonar Cube. Imagine that static code analysis automatically create the PR merge request in the Git as soon as it has found the issue. Sounds good, right? You don't need to spend the time. So how it actually works from the errors perspective. So you have your pull request, you have that lesson plan that is going to be executed somewhere at the backyard. You have the Terraform validation, you've got an error. And here the thing. You have this error log posted at S3 bucket because it's executed on the backyard. You don't see and you don't have clue what is going on. AI handler committing the fixes by AI. What does it mean? I've made a huge mistake in my Terraform code. And it is telling, here is a right piece of code, just copy paste it, commit it, use it, and execute it. As soon as you're making the change, it's executing and automatically fixing your merge request. So through the PRs, you're running the Terraform plan as well, and it's already fixed. Fully automatically done. Why not? So that's why I'm telling AI is still the tool, but we need to identify the areas where they are going to be committed. This is one of the cases. Another case, pretty the same. So regular warning. Pull request, infrastructure is the plan, regular warning, PRAI commit that is telling you've got an issue. Your model is outdated, for example, or you need to make the change at another model, or you have the strict dependency inside the Terraform, inputs, outputs, whatever. Is it working? Good. So we do use TFLint over here and TFSec. How the communication is going on. So all of the communication, unfortunately, still we haven't got all of the stuff already onboarded, but the whole communication is done through the comments. So you have the comment, you are posting it. For example, you do need to run the unit tests, right? You need to create a unit test. You are writing just a comment at the GitHub, GitLab, Bitbucket, whatever, and here's the output. So from the upper side, you see that's unit test client for the main goal, please do, right? And here is a unit test, automatically generated. Most of the time, developers are spending their operational stuff fixing the code and writing the unit test because unit tests are going to test this code, right? Cool. What do we have another? Source code explanation via PR request. I have no clue what is going on. What do I have, right? How should I onboard? I need to read this code. I need to understand what kind of dependencies this code are. Let it be Java, Python, or Go. And you're just writing the command. And here is the explanation. Pretty easy to understand. Horizontally done. It is not taking so much time. So what we do have also here, the implemented. It's code comments. So you're just telling, hey, I have no clue about this code. Just write the comments for this code. Here you are. So why do we do this? Because we need to increase our efficiency. Even we need to understand where is the most time is spent. We have done the measurement. The productivity increased from 25 till 45%. I'm not telling the half because I need to make the risk management over here. The Sonar Cube, pretty the same stuff, right? So it successfully creates the pull request for you as soon as making identification of the error. Why not? All right. I have been talking about the demo. I was thinking how I'm going to do this. Unfortunately, it's taking too much time. And it was time. I've made the video. However, due to the limitation of the time, I thought that it would be better for you that we will open source this product. So you can demo yourself. Just scan the code, grab the cloud native CI/CD pipeline. It's for free. We've open sourced it. Thank you.
All right. Kostya, I want to, I want to ask you to stay on the stage. Maybe we have some questions. I think we can take some questions. Any questions from the audience? And I forgot to mention that we have our swag and gifts from sponsors that we'll be giving away for Q&A sessions as well. So, any volunteers? Any questions from the audience? Yeah, I see. Yes.
All right. It will be interesting.
Thank you. My question will be very simple. When you use AI to generate some description or documentation, how do you ensure the quality that there is no hallucination?
Constant feedback. Because, right, you know, we are still working in the continual improvement process. And how do we test the things inside, right? We are just populating. Why we are giving just it for free right now? Because we need to grab the feedback. This is the most valuable stuff. So we're grabbing the feedback constantly, and based on the feedback, we are making the improvements. So over here, we do use the open contribution model. So instead of just keep using this tool, you can create the merge request and tell, hey guys, you know, you have been written the shitty code. I want to fix it. We are open for it.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you so much for a great talk and workshop about your experience. So my question is, you talked about compliance to every industry that you have in mind. So my question is, by security side, is it SonarQube that's scanning your security vulnerabilities in your code, or do you have some analysis inspector tool in AWS, for example, ECR analysis in inspector? So your idea about that?
So, you know, I want to say the quick answer is yes, because SonarQube is pretty scalable in this case. We do use both, right? Because I haven't touched the NFRs, and I haven't touched why we've developed this, but still you need to check it. Those, we just assign them the additional rules, additional compliances rules, and everything is there.
Okay, thank you.
As you mentioned before, as a developer, I can say we should write code to deploy our projects on GitHub. And does your tool rely on GitHub? If we use that tool, we shouldn't write code, yes? Or I didn't understand that point.
Sorry, can you repeat? So just let me paraphrase. You're asking if this tool is going to write the code instead of you?
Yes.
No.
Does it rely on GitHub?
It is rely on GitHub, but it is not writing the code instead of you.
We shouldn't write codes if you use that tool,
Sure.
Yes? Thank you.
All right, okay. We also have one question, two questions actually from this side of the stage. So,
hi, I have a quick question. Do you also use AI for the onboarding, like for the new developers when they join the company, they want to set up a local environment? Like, is there any?
Can you speak a bit louder, please?
Yeah. Do you also use AI for the onboarding for the new developers, like when they want to do a local setup for the project?
Yeah, for sure.
And this tool helps them as well?
Yes.
Okay, so like giving documentation and everything.
All right, just grab and use it.
all right. Okay, so one more, and I think this will be pre-list.
If I use code generated by AI, does the AI have some authorities over it, or is it free to use?
You know, I want to say just try it and you will see. So definitely AI recognize the code that is generated by AI. Those, anyway, totally depends on the engine that you are using on the backyard that is checking. So what we've did, right, in this case, let me get back a bit. You have different models. Still, we are trying to, what is it? Still, we are trying to use different connectors over here. You see AWS Bedrock, Azure OpenAI, GCP. But what we have realized that the fastest feedback still given by GPT. Those, it means you can connect few of them and try what is the best one, what is the fastest one.
Thank you.
Okay, and this will be probably the last one. Okay, yes.
On one of your slides, you mentioned the list of supported languages, which was, if I'm not mistaken, Java, Python, and Go. Do you support only those languages, or, I mean, programming languages, your tool?
At the current moment of time, just supporting this.
Do you plan any extension?
Yes.
All right. I think that will be the last one. All right, sweet. So please give it up to Konstantin Severinchuk. Thank you,
Thank
Konstantin.
you. Thanks.
And also, thank you. All right. And for those of you who just asked the questions, please come to us. We will be giving up 1 year full subscription plan from JetBrains to all services. You can collect it down here. All right. Thank you. All right. Also, so I really do know that most of you know EPAM, and this will be like having a lot of, a great history of 30 years. And I want to ask the guys to put the video about the history of EPAM. Let's watch and see how they make it. This will be just a 1 minute video, please. I also want to say once again thank you to EPAM Systems for sponsoring our event. And we move on. So next up, our AWS community hero, Anton Babenko. He's known for Terraform modules. Please welcome Anton Babenko.
Hello, everyone. Let's talk about a little bit less enterprise things. Let's talk about open source. Maybe some Terraform. Okay, cool, I have slides, amazing. So, yeah, let's talk about Serverless and AWS and Terraform. So, first slide. My name is Anton, and for last, many years I've been working on Terraform AWS modules and a couple other projects some of you may know or use. Can you raise your hand if you, let's say, if you don't use any of these things? Okay? Well, yeah, one person don't use any of these things. Cool, so you have some homework to do. The rest of you guys and girls, thank you very much for using this stuff because that's pretty much the way I work. I find some inspiration when I attend conferences and I see what interesting problems people have, and usually I try to help and I share it, present different conferences and publish different newsletters and so on. I have YouTube channel with I think more than 8,000 people where I make interviews with creators and different tools reviews, and I occasionally do live coding because I think a lot of people find it useful to see how I'm thinking about Terraform and how exactly I'm developing certain things. So if you want to learn more, please go to YouTube, search for my name and subscribe. Also, I publish Terraform weekly newsletter with more than 7,000 subscribers because apparently people like to read newsletter, and so thank you very much for doing that. It's a lot of fun. But many years ago, I started actually with Terraform AWS modules because I really like the idea that something can be implemented once and make it as generic as possible, and then people will somehow get things implemented significantly quicker and on higher quality. So that's how Terraform AWS modules started. Currently, there are more than 50 open source modules. Raise your hand if you use this stuff, because I really like to see, okay, yeah, so about half of room is actually using this stuff, which is really cool. So thank you very much for that. So far, there are approximately 500,000 downloads per day from GitHub. So when people spin up VPC, EKS, and other services, they tend to use the solutions. That's pretty cool. Also, I don't have time for a full-time job, so that's why I rely on open source donations and people who put my work into the business critical applications. They tend to support me. And approximately half a year ago, AWS finally realized that I'm not going to disappear so soon. So they start to mention my work on their official documents. And if you go to Serverless computing webpage, and if you start learning about how to get started and what kind of developer tools are available, you will see Serverless TF. So this is pretty much what I'm going to talk today about. And also, yeah, if you have any questions or if something is not clear, you can always reach out to me, or maybe you can even ask in the middle of presentation. It's totally fine. We're all humans. So that should be fine. So this is how sample serverless architecture looks like, right? I don't have to explain like what is serverless, why it's cool, why it's not cool, when you should use it. There are plenty of blog posts about it. You can always find it and read it. It's really not so exciting for me to talk about this. What excites me most is how to implement certain things so that you have significantly better quality than if you would be doing it using another solution, which I'm going to compare, and I think I will try to convince you to use Serverless TF soon. So what is serverless? Well, serverless is essentially that we need to focus significant amount of time on how we write and how we distribute and what we put inside of our application code, while the rest of services which we use in our architecture are managed by AWS or by other cloud provider. Like in this case, we use API Gateway and we use DynamoDB, which are managed services, so we don't have to think about them so much. We have to put significant efforts into writing our business logic inside of Lambda functions, and that's the whole point. If we look into what kind of tools we have for that, well, apparently we use Terraform, or okay, let me ask one more time, who doesn't use Terraform? Raise your hand and leave this room. Okay, you can still be here. Okay, because most of you are probably using Terraform, even not for serverless components, but probably for VPC, IAM roles, and so on. So my idea is that Terraform is a pretty good tool to do all of this. So what if we think about using Terraform to manage infrastructure component as well as application code? So what kind of available options do we have for that? Well, the first one is if we go to AWS official resources, we will see that there is AWS CloudFormation or serverless application model, or we can use serverless framework for that. Fine, this is like default for serverless. Or if we look into what kind of tools do we have to manage infrastructure, obviously it's Terraform and CloudFormation and Cloud Development Kit, which is CDK. Well, that's for infrastructure. If we look into tools, what we can have to use to deploy, we typically use some sort of shell scripts, or we use managed services by AWS, like code deploy, code pipeline, and so on. Or we can always script things ourselves by just calling AWS CLI, and it will do the deployment. So there are plenty of different options. One thing which we always don't kind of overestimate, and we think like, okay, that's going to be a miracle because this project is going to be exception. Everything will work from the first attempt. No, it will not. And you will occasionally go through yak shaving, and you will fix something what you have not been planning to spend a lot of time, and you will be fixing and rabbit holing, and then at the end of the day you realize that, well, you didn't do actually anything, right? Sounds familiar, right? When you debug something, and then 2 hours later you figure out why you even started in IT, right? That's a typical experience for myself, at least. And if we look into typical problems or typical challenges when it comes to work with serverless, we can always think that many of the solutions are actually overlapping. And it's really important that we need to distinguish that most of these solutions bring a lot of accidental complexity. Accidental complexity is a very important term in this regard. It is something what we should not have to be dealing with, but we are dealing with. So very good article actually is on Wikipedia about accidental complexity. So if you want to learn how it is applicable to IT, I really encourage you to check it. And another thing is, since serverless is not like, I don't know, 20 years old, new for most people, we still have some sort of friction and some sort of division in our head between whether this resource or whether this service is actually a part of traditional server set or architecture, or it is purely serverless. So we have this internal mind kind of separation in our head. So when we look into alternatives, I think it's very important to understand that we need to try to keep focus on what we are good at. So mostly we should be good at writing our business logic. That's where we have to spend most of our time. While infrastructure code is totally fine to be managed using Terraform, that's it. So forget about all other options. Let's keep these two things: application code in your favorite programming language and infrastructure, and everything related to infrastructure is for Terraform. So accidental complexity is so essential that in modern development, we have to spend a lot of time fixing internals or going into internals, and that's not where we want to be. One of example for myself is that when I have to go deep into JavaScript, I really regret that I'm doing IT, like completely. I don't understand why JavaScript is invented, why it is so hard to work with, why people are not even in questioning that JavaScript is the worst language ever, and so on. So I really think that it's just important to think about this, like, is this what I have to be doing, or are there a simpler way? And in most cases, there are simple way, but we are just maybe lazy, or maybe we have other priorities, and we don't think like, well, my colleagues will be thinking that I'm probably not smart enough if I cannot fix this JavaScript error. Luckily, there is ChatGPT, but still, I still have to understand what ChatGPT tells me to do. And overlap in all infrastructure management tool is something what a lot of people like to brag about. Like, hey, my tool is better than your tool. Let's just don't have this discussion. If you like one tool, great. If you don't like another tool, great. All of these tools are pretty equal in terms that you can get things done. But as I asked earlier, most of you are familiar or using Terraform anyway, so that's good. So Serverless TF is a project which I started 4 years ago to help people to build, deploy, and manage serverless application on AWS using Terraform. I started this project because it was almost impossible to get things done, and almost always people were thinking that if it's hard, then it's okay. No, it's not okay. Then something is missing. Something has to be improved. Something has to be simplified. And that's pretty much the whole inspiration for most of my work, which I work for many years. If there is a problem or something is not obvious, then it should be improved. Currently, Serverless TF has support for many traditional and serverless services provided by AWS. Some of these icons you can see here. You can be familiar with traditional serverless services like Lambda and API Gateway, but also there are supports for all kind of S3 buckets, code deploy, secret manager, and so on. So what is actually Serverless TF? Well, Serverless TF is, I like to call it as a framework, but essentially it is a collection of decoupled modules for various tasks. If you need to build something, if you need to package it, then there is Terraform AWS Lambda module with currently more than 100,000 downloads per day. So people seem to use it quite actively. And yeah, it's fully open source, and the rest you can read yourself. Okay, let's do some demo. Demo should be fun, if it works. Yes, it works. Oh my God, it's my first time demo. So, yeah, I don't know what to comment. But I'm just showing how a typical Serverless TF project looks like. We have several Terraform modules, calls to create various resources like ACM certificate, API gateway, DynamoDB table. And as you can see, it is calling just Terraform AWS modules for various things. Also, there is invocation to a couple Lambda modules where I specify what kind of runtime I want, what kind of policy statements should be for the execution role, and who is actually allowing to call this Lambda function. All of this is configurable, and there are hundreds or even thousands more parameters which you can specify in each of these modules. So after you write these Terraform configuration files, you run Terraform init to download modules. Then you run Terraform apply. You should review all these 43 things which are going to be added. Obviously I didn't, but you shouldn't. So then you see a lone output, and as always with Terraform, you need to scroll to line 78, and then you see that actually there is invocation to the Lambda function module, which package the function. And this is very important, that now application code is part of the Terraform lifecycle. Think about this, that if you change something inside of your application code, Terraform will be able to understand that you have changed something in the Lambda function, which means it will have to package a new zip archive, it will have to upload it to S3, it will have to update reference to this Lambda function, and so on. Everything is very transparent. So the only command which you need to run, and this is really important to understand, is just Terraform apply, where application is one of the components of your dependency graph for Terraform. So then after you confirm it, you wait a little bit, and you can see that some resources are being created, like API gateway and resources for certificate. Sometimes takes a little bit time, but at the end of this demo, everything will be created. And another thing which is important is, let me wait a little bit. Yeah, so these services are supported, and if you go to Serverless TF website, you can read how, like the whole story, why this project was created in first place, and you can see the comparison between project and a lot of links to examples. In Terraform AWS modules, as well as in Serverless TF project, there are no tests, like no functional tests. There are only examples which we execute automatically many times a day. So here I can see that Terraform was executed successfully, and now if I run HTTP to get to this API gateway endpoint, I can see the confirmation that hello from Serverless TF, and Lambda function returns response. Everything is very simple in a way that you run Terraform apply, resources were created, then you call endpoint, and here you are. So I want to explain one more time what is actually in the core of Serverless TF. While it is completely open source project, the core component is Lambda module, where you are able to specify all properties of Lambda functions, and you can specify how to make package, whether you want to build it or you want to reuse it, what kind of policy to attach, execution role, and so on. Lots of different parameters are available there. Well, not lots, but actually everything what is available to configure through Terraform. Same for API gateway. You may see that you are making API gateway and you create integration for certain routes where you can say that certain get and post goes to different Lambda functions, for example. Same for DynamoDB table. And Lambda function module itself is very powerful because it can be used as a standalone package to handle only the creation of package, which means that you can specify what kind of commands do you want to invoke, which source path, one or many, you want to build. And there are a lot of support for different languages and for different tools like pip, poetry, npm, and so on, as well as possibility to use Docker and build for other platforms. If you are using, let's say, Mac and you want to build for Linux to deploy it on another platform, for example. Yeah, and I think, let me see. Yeah, and deployment is another very important aspect in serverless, since you cannot just roll forward all the time. You may want to control how certain deployment is going to be rolling, and you can specify whether you want to use servers like AWS Code Deploy, or you want to control a lot of properties like how to perform rolling deployment, canary deployments, maybe you want to implement rollbacks and so on. Everything is documented, and most of these things are shown as examples. Integrations in Serverless TF is pretty simple. The core principle is that you can use pretty much any Terraform modules out there, but we have all components already in Terraform AWS modules. So hopefully you don't need to look and combine different things because they can be written in different standards. And yeah, and CI/CD with Serverless in general is no different than if you would run Terraform apply in your CI/CD pipeline. As Konstantin was previously talking, that you can put it into CI/CD pipeline on AWS using Code Pipeline and many other services. Same here. There are no external dependencies other than Python, and you can eliminate that as well. I also believe that there is no big problem that you want to run Terraform locally. And I actually want to highlight that if somebody tells you that, no, don't run Terraform, apply on your local machine, then something is broken or bad in your company or in your setup. That should be very important step, that you can run Terraform init, plan, apply locally, see output significantly quicker than commit, push, and wait, and then 20 other checks pass, and then you see, oh my God, something is totally wrong. You could have pre-commit Terraform hooks, which I developed. I showed them on the first slide to help you with those checks being caught significantly earlier. And this is thank you slide. I hope you have some questions, because I guess I have time. I have no clue how much time left.
Yes. Okay. Let's take some questions from the audience. Please raise your hand. Okay. And we will be giving up Miro subscription plans for these questions.
3 to 6 months ago, I read a message, news about HashiCorp made Terraform not open source anymore. So my question is, should I still learn and use Terraform, or is there any better forks which is still open source?
Well, I'm really glad that on the talk about serverless, we're talking about licensing. No problem, I can handle this one too. So first of all, the license which has changed August 2023 affected only, and it's really important to understand who it affects. It affects only direct competitors of Terraform Cloud. That's it. Who builds Terraform Cloud competitor? Right, so all of these people are affected, you see? So only if you are building something where you have Terraform as a runner and you charge people money for that, then yes, you're not allowed to do that since version 1.6 or 1.5.8, I don't remember. All other people definitely can run it, can use it. I don't see any problem why you should be kind of not doing that one. You can use fork if you want, but you have to understand that companies who initiated the fork, they had very direct reasons for doing that.
The question was not really about licensing, but about people usually prefer to use open source projects, and Terraform is not open source, fully open source anymore.
Well, I'm not sure that it's the right way to say fully open source. No, it says clearly, if you go to license agreement, you are not allowed to run it if your business is providing Terraform cloud competitor. That's it. If you, as a company, wants to manage your infrastructure, you can still do it. You have source code, yes. Can you contribute to source code? Yes. Please stop reading blog posts by Spacelift and other people who initiated OpenTOFU.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Let's ask somebody from this
Okay,
room.
we have some hands down there. Oh, yes, yes. We'll be back.
First of all, thank you for this presentation, for coming here, and for your contribution as part of the DevOps community, let's say. The question is about serverless and about this model. Is it possible to make some kind of blue-green deployment or not?
To make what?
Blue-green deployment, I mean, with Lambdas.
Well, doing blue-green deployment with Terraform in general is pretty hard. So you need to have some sort of script on top of it. So if you use AWS Code Deploy service, then yes, it has capabilities to do blue-green deployment, and that's going to work pretty well. And yes, it is supported by this serverless TF. There are examples to do this. But in general, if you want to use something else, you will have to script it pretty much yourself, call AWS CLI maybe a couple times. Yeah, AWS Code Deploy is the best service to do blue-green deployment for pretty much everything on AWS, to my mind. So yes, it is supported.
It's supported.
Yeah.
Great, thank you.
There is example in folder examples/deploy.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
In terms of security breaches, is it better to use serverless deployment or server-based?
Do you want to manage it? Do you want to fix security vulnerabilities? Stay awake, don't see your parents, don't see your kids. Probably you want to be with your friends and family, right? So
yeah.
serverless is the way to go.
Okay,
you don't have access to servers, server patches. Though I have pretty decent experience with AWS System Manager, where you have a pretty good way of patching system if you want. So there are solutions if you want to manage patches and so on. But the point of serverless, to my mind, is that you really focus on what makes sense. And usually your application, your configuration makes sense, not which version of package is installed and whether it has latest vulnerability. Then you need to somehow patch it. It's not always up to date right now. Maybe it will be available like in 2 weeks. So yeah, it's another hassle which you need to handle. So really big fan of serverless since I'm lazy sysadmin. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so it's getting popular. All right, there we go.
Thanks for your talk. It was really enjoyable. And in regards of using Python as a Lambda function, I think you can only use Python packages as layers, so you cannot directly upload as Lambda functions. So how does the serverless deal with that? I mean, does it create layers, or is it are the libraries get into one package and deployed as one file?
No, actually, you can use Python for function as well as for layers. There are certain benefits in using Lambda functions without layers. And I think one of good practice, which we'll hear more and more, is actually to not use layers because it doesn't make a lot of sense in most cases. At least, I mean, you will have to read about it, but AWS is suggesting it kind of to not use it because there are quite a lot of limitations. And also you will have to manage it somehow, like update it if you share this layer between multiple. But there are examples of using layers in serverless TF as well as Lambda functions. So yes, you can do, the only trick is that when you are building it as a layer, you will have to put your content in specific location so that when it's connected to the function, it will be automatically discovered. But yeah, it is possible, and most cases you should avoid using layers.
Thanks.
Okay, any other hands? I know right there we have some people. Yes, don't want, yes.
Okay, thank you. We usually deploy serverless in the cloud, and my question would be, what will be the good testing or debugging strategy when we're using serverless TF to do the deployment?
Yeah, that's a really good question. It's actually quite funny to hear this question from AWS employee because AWS employees were the only people who added this functionality to a Lambda module. Because they reached out to me like 2 years ago, maybe even more. They said like, we want to be able to use SAM test command and connect to this Lambda function, which is being deployed using Terraform, so that people can use VS Code to use SAM testing functionality and test whatever is deployed. It's there, it's working. I cannot tell that there are kind of any users using it, but it is there, and you can run SAM test, and you can do it. In most cases, what I find much more effective is possibility to deploy the same infrastructure on another environment where you do your own integration test and functional test and whatever you want, and then if it works there, then most likely you can use the same configuration or the same version, the same package, and deploy it to other higher level environment. It is supported kind of out of the box in the Lambda module, but again, in 2 years, I almost never had feedback from end users. Maybe it's not even working, I don't know. But yeah, it's there.
Yeah, thank you. That's really great insight, actually. Thank you.
Okay, I think we can take one. Okay, there we go.
Yeah, thank you for presentation. My question is, I saw accounts with 100, 200 lambdas, And these lambdas also have triggers like SQS, SNS, etc. So my question, how to manage this biggest Terraform file or reusable this code? Because it's a bottleneck for me.
Well, yeah, managing large infrastructure is not limited whether it is serverless or not. Same principles or same kind of best practices should be applied, so that you have your Terraform state files smaller. You have to have only resources connected to each other in one Terraform state file. So you have to have usage of versioned modules and so on. So I don't think the question is actually related to or kind of limited to just serverless, because everywhere you can see like, oh, I have lots of instances, some of them named differently, some have tags, some doesn't have tags. So it's very hard to figure out what's going on in such messy environment. If you have something like 200 or even 5 Lambda functions, all of them were created using different tools without any conventions, good luck understanding what's going on there. It's just impossible to figure out that, that they are actually going to be reproduced. The project which AWS has is called the App Composer, which potentially should help you to understand what kind of serverless architecture you have. But I don't think it will help you so much if you're using Terraform. It can visualize some things, and it can connect to AWS SAM, but it doesn't have anything to do with Terraform.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, I think we can take one more if we do have a question. If not, okay, Anton, can you choose the best question? So we will be giving away JetBrains 1-year full subscription. So that will be the price.
Yeah, it was pretty hard. Well, I only remember the question, the question about license, because it was first absolutely irrelevant question. Thank you very much for that.
All right, sweet. Okay, yes. Thank you. And all others who ask the question will be getting a Miro 3 months trial for business. So thank you. Please, round of applause to Anton Babienko, coming all the way from Los Angeles and coming back to Norway. He's currently the country where he's living in. All right, so this event, once again, so this won't be possible without our biggest sponsors. I also, as I said, I noticed some people coming from different countries, different other countries, coming from Singapore, of course our neighbors, Kyrgyzstan, Kazakhstan. And I want to ask our IT guys to put our next promo video, please. Let's watch.
Why Uzbekistan is the best choice for growing your business. Strategically located in Central Asia, connecting Europe and Asia, Uzbekistan offers access to regional markets. We have an ancient and unique history, the birthplace of the algorithm that laid the foundation for information technology. With over 36 million people, 60% under 30, Uzbekistan has a tech-savvy, multilingual workforce with a remarkable 99.99% literacy rate. More than 125,000 university graduates annually contribute to the country's innovation. Full government's digitalization eliminated 132 procedures, enabling new center Enterprise Uzbekistan with special legal rules. In the tech scene, Uzbekistan shines with over 450 foreign capital companies, $344 million in IT exports, over 1,800 tech enterprises, and $1 billion IT market. Uzbekistan ranks as the 4th most affordable and 9th safest option globally. Uzbekistan offers easy international access with flights and visa-free entry to over 90 countries, along with free offices for up to 1 year and simplified procedures for ITS companies.
Moreover, incentives like 0% tax are offered.
Experience modern infrastructure and 24/7 offices in every region. Beyond business, savor over 100 different dishes in Uzbekistan's delicious cuisine. Discover historical treasures like Bukhara, Khiva, and Samarkand. Enjoy shopping malls, cozy parks, and amazing entertainment. Immerse yourself in vibrant nightlife with bars, clubs, and restaurants. Uncover the wonders of Uzbekistan through the IT Visa Relocation Program. Explore the amazing nature with mountains, rivers, lakes, waterfalls, and even deserts. Uzbekistan, crafting the world's finest conditions for offshore outsourcing. Outsource with confidence. Choose Uzbekistan. Grow your business with us.
It's my country, so I really hope that you are enjoying your stay in this beautiful country. Okay, so next up, I want to welcome to the stage Viktor Vedmich. He's the developer advocate at AWS, coming, I believe, second time to Uzbekistan, right? Second time. Please welcome Viktor Vedmich. Before we start, Viktor, so this is your second visit. Can you please tell us how do you like our country? What do you like the most? Let's start from this.
It's very difficult to say something, like after I watched this amazing video, that's how many interesting places do you have and how you grow fast. Interesting fact, it's maybe my personal opinion, but previously when I arrived to Uzbekistan, to Tashkent 1 year ago, it was exactly 1 year ago, I see currently you have grown very, very fast. So I expect maybe next year when I will arrive, I hope you will invite me, yes, Ahmed, for next year. Of course. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, so I'm really, say it's honest opinion, excited how you grow fast and how everything is changing around. Like previously, I remember I made some joke that you have only one car across the whole country, and 99% of the people driving only using this one car. In this year, I see you have a choice what kind of the car, electrical car and so on. Yeah, it was not a joke, but yeah. Yeah. So my name is Viktor. I am developer advocate, so it means I try to help you developers to grow and sometimes be your advocate on the side between the customers, sometimes between the business, sometimes between the project management, and help you to figure out something new. So my session today, very, very interesting. But before we started, I have some special prize. I know that for best question we have a license from JetBrains, but as we have resilience architecture patterns, I also bring some stuff from AWS. It's builder cars. Ahmed already mentioned that if you don't like my talk, you can stand up and go and play builder cards. But if you like it, so you can ask some questions and you will have some special editions of builder cards. So, before I joined AWS, I worked for EPAM more than 10 years. It was an amazing experience. Thank you. And all the time it was very, I was a person who works on production. I mean, I was a person who was responsible for big productions, one of the customer, 10 million users, So it was incredible experience. And like all time it was a big question how we can make our application more reliable, more resilient, highly available, and all of the stuff. So for that reason, I decided to speak today with you about resilience architecture and some patterns, what you can apply and how you can do this resilience architecture in your application. But before we I see, I know, currently I understand what's happening. So, but why it's so important? So, first of all, most probably the main answer will be the money. So let's look at the statistics from IDC. If you're part of like big companies, like from Fortune 1000, based on the latest statistics, during the year, they lost more than $1 billion only for downtime. It's huge numbers. Also, for 1 hour, just like for downtime, for these big companies, it costs around $1,000. It's also like incredible number from money perspective. I can buy so many BYD or some other cars. So, but it's huge numbers. But another point, it's not only related to the money, it's also related to the branding. So, for example, you want to buy a ticket and you cannot do it. How you will rely on this application, on this business for the next time? So big question. So it means like resilience, it's very important in nowadays, especially when we moving, like from our mindset that all of our applications currently should be available every time. I mean, like if I do something, this application should be available always on. It's mind shift of our, like mindset inside of the clients who work in these applications. But I see we have 3 different main areas when we want to create our applications resilient. So high availability, like where we're working on our applications and make sure it's available at every time. Disaster recovery, if something happened, we can restore and provide access to our application as soon as possible. And for sure, like continuous improvements. My favorite was like continuous because we have to continuously learn something new. It's one of the reasons why we are here today. We want to learn something. And the same stuff we have to do it in our applications. So high availability, disaster recovery, and continuous improvements. But how I can do it in cloud solutions? So first of all, when we create something in the cloud, we need to understand that it's all time in cloud, you shared your responsibilities. What this means, like, for example, in security, AWS all time, it doesn't matter AWS or other cloud provider, we say like, we have shared responsibilities. We're responsible for like core infrastructure, like for example, the hardware, networking, and everything stuff. Like this is our responsibility. But you also responsible for other part, like how you provide access, for example, to your applications, where you store some secret data. Do you encrypt this data and so on? It's related to security. The same stuff, it's from sustainability perspective, because if you consume too much resources, most probably your applications is not very sustainable. And we have absolutely the same approach when we speak about resilience. But when we speak like what exactly in AWS, we as AWS try to provide it for you, this part of responsibility on AWS side. So first of all, it's our culture, how we create all of the applications. Like my favorite quote from AWS, it's from Werner Vogel: you build it, you run it. It's exactly how I understand what DevOps is, because when we create our service, it means like the service team fully responsible just to create this application, develop this application, deliver these applications, maintain these applications all time. It means like when you like recently I figured out interesting like statistics that service team mostly spend only 30% for new development. Other percent like it's supporting and continuously growing the application. So you build it, you run it, it's our responsibility. So when we create our applications, it's our ownership of the service. The next one, it's operations readiness review. It sounds like super easy, but I see so many times people just like ignore this part. What exactly is? So, for example, when we want to deliver new application or new functionality or just like super small changes, anyway, we have some checklist. like this service is ready to be on production, is ready for our customers, is ready to be deployed across multiple availability zones, regions, and so on. It's just like questions list. That's how we do it. It's our experience. I mean, like how AWS doing for every applications. The next one, it's started like safe continuous deployment. So we try to minimize effect. It means like when I, like service team, want to deploy something new, we started from very small piece. One server, one instance, like if it works correctly, we're moving on to the next one to scale to, for example, availability zone. After that, like availability zone is good, we scale to the whole region is good, and moving on to the next one. And the last one, it will be related to corrections of error, the process. So what is it? It means like if I figure out that during the deployment we have some issue with deployment process, with our code, with infrastructure, with dependency, and so on. Blame us culture inside an AWS and try to figure out what's the root cause of the problem. This is how we try to create resilience of the cloud. But when we speak about resilience as shared responsibility, I said we have two different parts. AWS part, like my part, yeah, so it's like how we did it and how you should do it to be more resilient. So there are four main part. The first one, it's like it will be anticipating. Anticipating, it means like you try to understand what inside in your code. Try to make it work correctly without some bugs, without any issues, problems, security problems, and apply different part of the patterns, which I will describe a little bit later. The next one, it will be observability or monitoring to figure out what's going on with our applications. The next one, it's a learning. So we learn what we are doing with our applications, how it's like responding to our, like to our request and so on. And the last one, we learn what we did, learn how it works. Like for example, in the previous our sprint, we did some mistakes during the deployment, or for example, currently we depending on third-party applications, and these applications is not works correctly. So this is how we can do resilience in cloud. Your applications can do it in cloud. So it's a whole wheel that we proceed and create resilience applications. So the first one. But what kind of the problems can happen in the cloud? The first one, it will be related to the code deployment. So continuous integrations, continuous delivery. Kostya today spoke about that, like how you can do it and integrate some generative AI. But again, in my experience, based on my 10 years to be as DevOps engineer, I know that sometimes sounds like super easy to do continuous deployment, for example, but in reality, it's so hard to do it in the correct way and avoid mistakes, problems, errors, and some fails during that. So the first part of the failures will be for sure, it's like your continuous deployment. The next one, it's your infrastructure part. So, for example, you have one of the server. Honestly, I had this experience. We put some of the critical part of our application only on one server. And you know what happened on one of the day? So this server was broken and like failure for the whole system. So try to be prepared that if you do something, like create in highly available solutions, not rely only on one server. Data, the next part. Databases and in general data, it's very difficult questions because data is like the new type of the gold, new type of the gas. Because if you own some data, most probably you can use this data. And if you lost this data, you not only lost some money, but you can lost the how people rely on your application. And the last one, it will be. Not the last one. The next one, it will be dependency. Dependency from third party of applications. Like, for example, you rely on payment system, and this system can be not currently up and running. So you have to be ready to make sure that, like, if something happened, for example, you can postpone of the payment or something like that. And the last one, it's what you cannot predict or forecast and say, hey, potentially we can have some problem with this part of the applications or this part, like house engineering in general. You cannot predict that AWS, for example, one of the region will be go down based on, I know, some natural disaster, yeah? So that's how you have to be prepared. And the main question is how we can be prepared for all of this stuff. My main answer will be well architecture framework. That's what you should do. So who familiar with well architecture framework? Please raise your hand. At least you're not sleeping. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Couple peoples. You don't know what is? Yes, you know. Anton, please. So well architecture framework. Super recommend. Honestly, it's not like a big book which you have to spend like weeks just like to reading. It's like it's maybe 50 pages. You can read and understand what's going on. In well architecture framework, we have 6 different pillars to explain you what the best practices. We created this well architecture framework based on experience with our customers. I mean, we have multiple customers, like thousands of the customers. So this is what we put everything in one place and share it with our customers to make sure that you do your applications more stable, secure, reliable, and so on. But one of the part, like one of the pillar of the architecture, for sure, it's resilience. So reliability. And so what kind of the steps here? So first of all, test procedure of recovery. Like you know, how often we create a backup and never test it. How often we rely on our backup solution, but in day X, when really something happened, we try to restore this data, we try to restore these virtual machines, and we figure out that it does not work. So try to test, at least test what are you doing and test recovery procedure. So it's a very important part, not only to save the backups, but also to test it. Stop guessing what your capacity is. I mean, for example, we expected that our users will be around 200 requests per second, but in reality, it's only 10 requests per second. The biggest benefit of cloud is like provide for you just-in-time resources, what you exactly needed. Stop guessing. Look at the monitoring, look at your data, how many requests you get it, and provided the right resources inside in the cloud. So the next one, it will be operations excellence principle. You know, again, like I will rely and make a reference to Anton. So if you can create operations or in general infrastructure configurations as code, you will be on the next level. It's a game changer because you can control and reproduce everything super quickly and manage everything as a code. So it's very important nowadays to do as much as possible as code, not be a click ops when we open the console and make some, you know, like operations and forgot what exactly the step was and so on. So make the failures, like refine your operations procedure. It means like you create the guidebooks, what's need to do in case if something happened. So it's make us reference to how we can be resilient in the cloud. 4 different steps, but let's go to deeper in everyone. So we have anticipating, monitoring, responding, and learning. And for sure, we will start from anticipating. What exactly anticipating means? So we need to make sure that our code looks good, not only from a bug perspective, but also be prepared for some different type of the failures. Our code is cost effective. Why it's so important? Because sometimes we create not optimized code on our applications and just consume the resources which we exactly not needed to proceed all of requests from the customers. Good story from AWS. Again, I will reference this little bit data. It's a little bit, I would say, outdated, but it shows you exactly how you can grow and what you can do. And also I will provide like fresh data. In last year, we spent more than 100 millions for 2 days, for Prime days, Amazon Prime days. And in 2018, guys in AWS proposed to use Amazon Code Guru to review the code on Amazon. Inside in Amazon, we have thousands of the applications, and based on the optimizations what we provided, we saved like more than optimized utilization from CPU perspective, 300 plus optimizations, and cost effective, like less around 40%. So cost of this prime name was on 40% less compared to the previous. So Code Guru exactly can help you to do almost the same. So there are two main points. The first one, it will be reviewer. Reviewer is like review what you've written, like it can show you where some codes can be huge utilized of the CPU, for example, and maybe you write it like smells, bugs, and so on. It's the first part. And the second part is like to start to write your code. And the second part, it will be profiler, where review exactly in your build and your applications and visualize what's going on with your applications and help you to figure out where you have potential issues. So yeah, so optimize, detect, all of this stuff. You know why I made some pauses? Because sometimes I see this refresh a little bit longer than I expected. Okay, so the next one. The next one, please. Yes, here we go. What kind of patterns you can apply in anticipated stage? So there are main five main patterns: backoff and retry, circuit break-it, grateful degradation, throttling, and load shading. So let's look at the real example. So for example, you have your own applications. It's microservice applications. For example, to make a booking of hotel, like for example, when I arrive to Uzbekistan, I need some hotel to live during the community day and all of the stuff. So it's just like super typical architecture. It's my travel buddy, for example. What we have here? So we have hotel reservations, we have flight reservations, payment, because we need to pay, reward, trip, and recommendation services. And just like imagine the situation that you have an issue with networking. So if you would say like you stay on your computer, most probably you will push the button of refresh. Refresh the pages, try to make the retry and get this information from the applications. But in reality, when we create this architecture, we have to apply this, this pattern to make the retry, especially when we working with microservices. Retry, it's very important. And there is some example how you can do it. But most important part of the retry, make it retry with backoffs. So it means like you not retry every 5 seconds. You increase when you will do this retry for the next time. There is an example of the code on C#, but you can do it on Java, JavaScript, up to you what you prefer. It's like it's super simple. You can do it like super easy. So the next one, service throttling. Service throttling, and here we go. Yes, service throttling. So, for example, imagine like I have my reward service, and this reward service currently have an issue. So maybe I not need to proceed all of the requests currently. Maybe I have to postpone and say, hey, can you please stop to send me some request? This is where we can apply this retry policy. So, and most interesting fact, like when you work in microservice architecture, you should fully understand that when you create this retry, depending on other services, you create this coupling of the architecture. In microservices, we prefer to make it decouple architecture. So it means like maybe we have to do this retry and backoff outside of the applications and can be applied in step functions. For example, you create this loop and the logic, what you should do, how often you need to make this retry and waiting for the next step. So the next pattern, for example, you have a recommendation service, and when you make some reservation of your hotel, it's like synchronous call. So you call everything. So it means like when the user want to make reservation of the room, you call the hotel services and recommendations. But in this period, the recommendation service has some issues, like cannot respond as quickly as we expected, and we can see the timeout of the whole applications. But at the same time, we proceed with new request, and hotel services like make the connections for the users, for the new clients, and we consume these resources. But at the same time, we cannot finish this request. We're waiting for when our high latency recommendation service will respond for us. And you can expect what will happen the next. For sure, we'll have more clients who want to do the same stuff, to make more requests, to make reservations. And our service team tried to solve this problem. But what we can do in these situations, because we have high load or like a lot of pressure on our applications, recommendation services, and at the same time, we cannot fix it because it's continuously we have new and new requests. So circuit breaker can help us in this situation. So we create a logic as soon as we understand that our service currently is not stable, is not response as how we prefer. Like for example, we get a lot of 500 errors. We can close the connections to our service and provide it this time for service team to fix it. So how it will be, looks like on like an example. So for example, first time I have a timeout from my recommendation service and I open this circuit breaker. So I open, I create the connections to my hotel service, but close the connections to the recommendations. I open the circuit and don't send any request currently to recommendation service, which helped me to provide the time and recovery time for recommendation services and for the team who can fix it. But at the same time, circuit breaker also do a regular check that my recommendation service currently up and running and can respond to my request. As soon as I have this request, I can restore and make these connections again to recommendation. So close as soon as I get some error and open as soon as I understand this works correctly as I expected. So how it will be implemented, again, like from architecture perspective? Most probably you have to do it again outside of your applications. Step functions, you can do it super easily. So you create this very quickly logic, open the circuit breaker, make this check of the connections to your servers through the step functions for the Lambda, check that your service is working or not. Close or open circuit breaker depending on what the current state is. Okay, the next pattern, create isolations or cellar of your architecture. So, for example, you have your instances of your applications in one place, and the connections to the application have to go through the front door. Front door, like for example, your load balancer, and if something happened in this area, in this cell, it means like you affect only this availability zone, this instance, instance of your applications. Why it's so important? Because like you can scale, you can grow, and for example, spread between different regions, between different data centers. For example, you also can apply in your on-premise solutions, but at the same time, you not create this blast radius that if something happened, you lost the whole applications. You will lost only one of the instances, of your applications or a cell. So create a cell architecture as a single region. Try to avoid connections and coupling to some global infrastructure. And it's bring us to soon as possible router, where create like connections between different instances, and most probably you as try to create some highly available solutions, you try to create like spread your load between different availability zones. And for example, in this case, I have one availability zones or one region and another one. And in some case, if something happened, I can switch to another region. But how we can do it, I mean, like how we can deploy our applications without affecting the users. So exists a couple of patterns. The first one is create fractional deployments. What this means, like you try to minimize effect on the users or deploy new version of your applications without downtime. And what interesting part of this fractional deployments that you create this infrastructure from the scratch. When we create it from the scratch, it means like we apply immutable infrastructure. Never ever create infrastructure and make updates on this infrastructure. It means like you will have some configuration drift. Immutable infrastructure, it's not something new. It was created, it was released in 2020, no, it's 2013, 11 years ago, this pattern. So immutable infrastructure is very important part. But still the question is how we can create like zero downtime deployments, what kind of deployments in general apply and reflect this pattern. So currently in the market exists different type of deployment strategies. The first one was highly not recommend. It's recreate, so you stop and create from the scratch. It's immutable, apply immutable infrastructure, but at the same time you will have some downtime. The second one is rolling update. Most probably you're familiar if you have ever tried to play with Kubernetes or with AWS. Rolling update is super popular. Blue, green, and canary. You know, like some time ago I decided to figure out why it's called canary. And interesting story about the canary deployment because it's brought it from the miners from the Spain. Miners, not like Bitcoin miners, it's real miners who go underneath and do some stuff. So it's like try to mine real stuff, not like Bitcoin. So why canary? Previously, when people tried to check the quality of the air inside in these places where they work, they put the canary, and if the canary is still alive, it's still breathing, it means like it's good quality of the air and miners can come in. So it's reflects to the same approach what we have in IT, I mean like in our deployment process. We send only 5% of our real traffic to new version of application, and if this if our instance of applications works correctly, most probably we can transfer all other law to new version, like 5% or 10%, up to you, but it's apply two main approaches: immutable infrastructure, so we create a new version of applications, and the second one, zero downtime deployment. Highly recommend to apply canary deployment in your applications. But what about if I, like have some disaster? What kind of strategies do we have to make disaster recovery faster and quicker? Again, it will be dependent how much money do you have. So from the left side, it's like you have some backup for sure. You have to have some backups, and you test the recovery of these backups. But it will be the cheapest one. And the last one, it will be like active solutions, where you have a both instances active at the same time. And in case if something happens, you just like switch to the, like not switch, moves other traffic from previous version to new one and continuously proceed. So zero RPO, RTO, but please pay attention to the money. Sometimes it's very difficult to implement and it can cost like a little bit more to compare to the standard backup and restore solution. So how we can see what's going on with our RPO, recovery, state, and so on. In AWS, we have interesting service. It's Resilience Hub, which combined inside in the Resilience Hub a lot of interesting informations. First of all, it will show you what's the current state of RPO, RTO. You can run continuously this test in your continuous integrations pipelines. For example, to test recovery procedure, I already said it. Test your backups. Make sure that you can recover from backups. So in the resilience architecture, in the Resilience Hub, you can test it. Your restore procedure will be your own, so it's your responsibility. But in the Resilience Hub, you will see what's going on. Also, in Resilience Hub, you will see some recommendations like availability zones, maybe provide some changes, what you should do inside in your applications, and for sure some operations recommendations, how you can make it more efficient way. So this is how it looks like resilience in the cloud. And we finish only with the first part, is only with anticipating. Let's move on a little bit faster because, no, we have time. So to monitoring. Monitoring in general, it's very interesting, it's very important stuff in your applications. I would say it can be split on 3 different areas. The first one is detect, and where we spend most of the time and money and branding of our applications, because we can detect that we have an issue during the long period of time. So your monitoring have to be very quickly to say like, hey, you have a problem. And this is a problem with some of the services, not of CPU or something like that with your services. Investigate. Monitoring can help us to investigate why this happened, what's really happened, what I should do in these situations. And the last one for sure, like what's the response? Using the monitoring, good monitoring solutions, we have a response to make sure that we fix the right problem, the right instances, for example. What's our philosophy of monitoring? I mean, like in AWS, first of all, measure what's customer care. So who care about CPU load on your applications? Who care about how many requests do you have? For example, I'm not care when I make a booking of hotel that they have currently 99% of CPU. I'm not care. I'm as a customer care that I can make reservation of the hotel. I can pay for this hotel, for example, or finish my transactions. This is what you have to measure in your applications. Measure what's exactly important for your users. So it can be, for example, latency to response, success of the response, like 200, 500. So measure what's really important for the users. Detect and response when you have an issue. So it's very important. But what kind of metrics we have? So the first one, it will be health metrics, which say, am I healthy? It's not answer to the questions, why, like what's happened, why I'm not healthy. It's only answer the questions. Am I healthy? My service currently is working correctly. I can proceed with the new request. Can I make these reservations or not? Only in this way. And another one, like diagnostic metrics. In diagnostic metrics, you can collect other stuff and to show that why this happened and help you to make this response quickly. So in my experience, I would say you have to implement some synthetic monitorings. So when you create external requests to your site, and that's not, like only this, like I can proceed and see 200. Make some very quickly test, and I can log in, I can leave some comments, I can do reservation, I can, for example, rebook of the reservation, and so on. And make it continuously monitoring. It should be part of your monitoring solutions as usual, like in a continuous way. So what kind of real user monitoring exists currently? So client-side telemetry, when you send like end-to-end monitoring, like a real user make reservations, finish these reservations, and continuously measure the impact on the user. For example, you have issue with recommendation service, how it will affect your user, especially in real monitoring, in real end-to-end testing of your applications. And make it debug easily, because when you have an issue, you need to very quickly to figure out what's really happened. But when we speak about monitoring, it's split on 3 main areas where you can do it. So like main questions about the monitoring, how to implement, how I can do in my environment. So you have to collect and like respond on 3 different areas. The first one, it's a metrics. Again, these metrics can be different. In AWS, we prefer to collect the metrics which is important for the customers, not only CPU and memory. The second one, it's logs. Collect the logs, what's happened in your applications. The third one, it will be the traces. Traces will help you to quickly to determine what's happened, why this happened, and what's the dependency to other applications. So from observability suite, we have different services like CloudWatch, one of them, X-Ray, logs, metrics, events, Lambda Insight, containers inside, all of the stuff. But, for example, I'm more prefer to work with open source, and for sure you can do it in your own way. So do like, DIY, so do yourself. So you can do it through the Prometheus, for example, Grafana, and all of the stuff. Like observability stack, it's very huge in AWS. But like one of the biggest problems with monitoring and observability, it's fake alerts. It can be a really big problem, because when you have a lot of like alerts and you start to ignore all of them. So for you, alerts like 100 emails per day, and maybe one of them is important, only one of them important. And here can Amazon DevOps Guru can help you to do it. So in DevOps Guru, we try to implement machine learning, generative AI approaches to figure out what exactly will be important for these alerts. It's real, it's a fake. Do you have a really, for example, security breach, or maybe it's like it's normal situations and so on. DevOps Guru collects the data from multiple sources and proceeds through the machine learning, again, generative AI procedure, and send to you what's really important, not only fakes and not important alerts. So it was monitoring, the next one, how we can respond to if something happened. So in general, you need to create some response plans. So for example, you have an issue with deployment procedure, or if one of the database is broken, what are you going to do in these situations? So in System Manager, Incident Manager, we have like the two main parts. The first one is response plan, the second one is incident dashboard. It's your responsibility to create the plan. How are you going to restore? What are you going to do if database is broken? And this should be written on the, on the paper, because when you will wake up at 3 a.m., for example, you need to do it super quickly. So be prepared for this. I mean, like, if something happened, be prepared. Prepared, you know what you should do in case if something happened. Monitor and detect it, because I know some statistics that's between when the incident happened and when we exactly identified this incidents, most probably it will take around 50 minutes or longer, because people not have good monitoring solutions and not quickly response of this problem. And the last one is response. Response on your incident. Create the runbook, create instructions what you should do. But also you can do it automatically. So this is the pattern how you can do it. The first one, it will be event-driven response pattern. Super easy. So for example, you have issue like someone decided to make changes on your security group. And what you can do, like it's event appears in CloudWatch, and we can go to Lambda functions and fix it. So it will be looks like on this way. So some of the developer go to security group and say access to my database from 0000/0. So it means like the whole internet can access to my database. It's not in the right way of the configurations. Monitoring detected, sends the event to Lambda, and Lambda proceed and close this event. So, or for example, how in this situation is like S3 bucket. This is the next one, so I'm a little bit mixed. So the next one, it will be SSH access. So a little bit quickly, but another interesting part, it will be related to how we can detect that something happened in my availability zone. Sometimes it can be very terrible to identify it, because availability zone, just remind you, it's one or multiple data centers, and when you need to, so for example, pause traffic to availability zone, you have to do it like manually. But currently you can do it through the zonal shift. So based on ILB and NLB, we have internal system which said like currently some electricity outage, for example, or air conditioner outage in availability zone A, B, C, for example, and stop sending traffic to this availability zone. It's also how you can create more resilience of your applications. So it was monitoring. So the next one, it will be learning. Learning what we learn and how we can apply what we see in our applications for the future release, for example. It's very important to do it continuously. Continuously of learning. You know, sometimes people ask me, why it's so hard to join to IT? My answer all time said like, it's not too hard to join to IT. It's harder to stay in IT actual. The same stuff happened in learning. In general, in your applications, you need to learn what really happened. And you know, like Jeff Bezos is, I believe all of you knows who is Jeff Bezos, said, good intention never work. You need good mechanism. The key word here is mechanism. like you never should rely on the people. So for example, I am as a person, make some mistake, and like what's the guarantee that tomorrow I will not do the same mistake in the future? No guarantee. Only mechanism can help us to prevent this problem, prevent this issue. And we call it correction of errors. It's a mechanism which we try to apply across our services and highly recommend to you to create your applications, to create your architecture more resilient. What exactly it means? So, blameless culture. You never need to say, hey, you made this mistake. Every time be prepared that all of us is still human and we can make this problem, but we have to be prepared and focus why this happened, what the technical issue was, what the process, what the takeaway from this problem happened, and how we can do it, what we can do to prevent it in the future. Maybe some documentations, maybe some automations patterns, what I showed like previously, close access to SSH, for example. If we look at the autonomy of corrections of errors, it will be split on different areas. So first of all, what's the summary of the problem? Like we had an outage of our productions. Why? Because availability of zone was broken or network connectivity. Maybe someone opened SSH access and currently we lost access to the whole event, to the whole productions. So summary, impact, what the timeline was, what's the metrics. Try to apply 5 whys in your corrections of errors. So every time you not only ask why this happened, you ask 5 times to go deeper and deeper to find really the root cause. Make an action items, what you will do to prevent in the future, not only to say, hey, Vita, can you please be more careful for next time? No, it will not work. Make it as automation process, make it a procedure. For example, runbook, checklist, what I showed you how we release to production. And another part that can be interesting, it's chaos engineering. You never know what will happen in the future, but chaos engineering can help you to, to make some unpredictable event and be prepared. You can prepare yourself in these situations. It means like, for example, if connectivity between web applications and your database will not be very stable, or we lost connectivity to the DNS server, what will happen? Chaos engineering can help us to answer on that. And chaos engineering is engineering practice because it applies some mechanism. And maybe you're familiar. If not, I will very quickly to explain what the phases in chaos engineering. First of all, you have your steady state. Steady state, it's what's your baseline of application, how it works, what's the connectivity, what's the user wants to make the reservation of the hotel. Should it connect it to recommendations or to the payment system or and so on? So steady state, what's the normal situations? Make some hypothesis. So you create, so for example, if I lost connection to my recommendation service, or it will be high load of recommendation service, how it will affect my applications? You create this hypothesis, run experiment to like, this is experiment, it's real experiment. You try to, implement what you hypothesis, like what you experiment, we lost connections to recommendations. So run this experiment, verify that your experiment works correctly, how you expect it or not expect it, learn from that, and for next time to improve, continuous improvements. So you continuously try, repeat, like improve on the next state. If you lost connectivity to database, to DNS, I know response of the network slower than you expected. This is how you should do in-house engineering. You can do it again in Resilience Hub with a service which called Fault Injector Simulator, where you can super easy to install this scenario of your hypothesis, experiments, and look what's really happened. We continuously add new functionality. So, for example, currently you can create broken between like availability zones, regions, and so on, or super easy implementations of problem with DNS, databases, a lot of applications. Very, very easy and quickly to do it. And what is most important part of house engineering, if you want to do it in your own way, in your own open source solutions, please create safeguards. Safeguards like you control where your house engineering is going on. So it means like when you push the button, you will not broken the whole production. You will just affect exactly what you expected, not going down some database, for example, and so on. And also in AWS, we have a separate culture and approach which we also highly recommend to do it. It's game days. It's not AWS game days in what we did yesterday. I mean, like practically try to learn something new. No, game days here is the patterns when you simulate this problem inside in your production system. Because you know, like I was on call during my career in EPAM, and this happened every time at 3 a.m., honestly. If something happened on productions, it was a call 2 a.m., 3 a.m., 4 a.m. I don't know what's about you, but me at 3 a.m., sometimes I'm not ready to read documentations to figure out what I should do in situation A or B. Try to make this muscle memory. When I say muscle memory, it means like you create this scenario during the normal working day. You know that, for example, Ahmed, Dazik, and Victor responsible for this problem on productions, and try to simulate this issue, maybe not on production, but maybe on staging, and go through the whole procedure like it's real game day, that you see that you have problem, what the procedure to recovery, how its impact on the users, and what you should do to recover to the normal state. Simulate this problem on your working days, not on the production. So it was resilience in the cloud. So again, the main takeaway from my talk, try to remember there are 4 main key areas. Anticipating, so learn what you have in your, I know, 10 minutes, I know. Look at your code. Make sure that you apply patterns like timeouts, back-off timeouts, throttling, circuit breaker. Look at how you consume based on CPU utilizations of your code. Static code analysis, so from AWS solutions can help you super easy. Monitor your solutions. It's very important part because when you have some downtime, you need to be prepared for that and detect as soon as possible. Not end user should send you email and say that you have an issue in your productions. You have to be the first person who figure out that you have issue on your production system, for example. Responding, not just like to create a ticket that we have an issue. Create a run book, create a procedure. Be very careful with alerts. If you're not ready to be careful with the alerts, use DevOps Guru from AWS, can help you. But my experience showed you that for every alert, what we create in monitoring stage, you need to create some run book or procedure like documentations in responding stage. Response, what you should do in case if something happened. And learning. Continues to learn, make a muscle memory, how you need to do, what you should do in case if something happened. That's how you can create your resilience architecture, resilience of your applications. Thank you very much, and super welcome if you have any questions. And want to just remind you that I have some special editions of Builder Cars. Builder Cars, it's table games, card table games, and it's super interesting. Highly recommend, especially if you want to learn AWS.
And we also have our user group booth on the first floor where you can try to learn how to play the builder cards. Yes. The first question.
I see this person opened the book, and please, not more than 10 questions. Okay.
First of all, I want to thank you, Victor, for your exciting speech. My question is, on what we had in the very beginning, is there any cost, the calculation strategy of cost of downtime?
My answer will be very, very easy. Depending on your business, you have to calculate it. So, you know, sometimes to make calculations of downtime, it's very terrible from money perspective, because in downtime, you not only to lose the current potential customers, but also brand of your applications, brand of your company. So it's, for example, if Amazon.com will go down for 15 minutes, how many people will not able to buy something? It's real money. But how many people will not back to Amazon.com because they was not able to buy something on Amazon.com for last 15 minutes? So you see, like, there's this difference. Sometimes calculating of downtime, it's not only the money, what I show on the second slide, that in Fortune 1000 companies, every year they lost 1 billion plus money, but it's only money. But what about brand? And it's sometimes it costs much more compared to the money.
Thank you very much.
It was the last one question. I expected that you have, like, I don't know.
No.
It was the best one. Okay.
Okay, so we have questions up there. So let's go in this row, and we'll be back here. Based on
can you
our
raise?
Okay, there. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so a lot of questions. Let's start from here.
I have the same question about the cost,
okay,
but differently.
Okay.
So every business asks, like, how much?
How
For
much
example,
what?
yeah, you said you will lose, but for example, if I make high resilience,
Okay.
business also will need to calculate how much will it cost of high resilience. Let's say I'm architect, I should go to the business and say, okay, if you want 99.7, you need like normal regular pricing. If you 99.8, you need like 50% of budget. If you want 99.9, you need 100%. If you need like, I don't know, 0 downtime, it may cost me maybe like 200% of my budget. So how can do you have any approach of calculating it?
So first of all, I want to highlight, it's just like, let me back to this slide where I showed about disaster recovery, because in disaster recovery, it's one of the best way how to understand money perspective, where it was, sorry, readiness optimized, blah, blah, blah. It should be, yes, it's here. So from disaster recovery, it can be calculated on this way. So if you ready that you will lost, I don't know, data for last 4 hours, for example, or 8 hours, maybe it will cost for you, like, for example, $100. But if you want to have, like, as you mentioned, 4 nines availability or 5 nines, which is not possible, so maybe it will cost for you $100,000, depends on. But if you look carefully at my presentation, I show you some patterns which will not cost some money for you. So, for example, circuit breaker, it's not a money, it's just you have to put in your backlog that if your application currently is slowing down and you continuously have more and more requests, maybe it's a good time just like to close connection to your applications or apply throttling, for example. It will cost for you something. Yes, it will cost development process to do it, for sure. But from resource perspective, no. Do you need to create a good monitoring to quickly detect the problem? Yes, it will cost for you, but it will not cost like for sure, if you will do everything in AWS, maybe it will be a big bill at the end of the month. But if you can apply some open source solutions, like, for example, I'm a big fan of Prometheus, Grafana, for me it's cheaper and easier to do it. Again, it helps you to do it. House engineering, it will cost for you, yes, for sure, it will cost for you. But these patterns help you to make this muscle memory that's in case if something happened, I can recover from this like $100, but make it quicker, not like during the next 8 hours, maybe during the next 1 hour, because I did it 3 times during the last 3 months, not like never. So my experience, I will share my experience about backups. It was a really huge customer, 10 million users, and we did backup solution for our MS SQL. And you know what, like in some period of time, like when we had an issue and we had to restore, we was not able. You know, like we was not able, so we lost this data. So like, why? Because we like did every day backup, every month backup, store somewhere, pay for these backups, but never tested. Yes. People split it, and you know, like on different areas. Who never do backup, people who does backup and who tests the backups. So my main talks of this, like the main idea of resilience, also some patterns which you can apply it without the money, and for sure you have to be prepared, like house engineering. You can test your procedure of recovery, patterns, circle break it, and so on.
Victor, it sounds like a pretty good topic for discussion during the lunch, so I think we can move on to other questions. And we'll take probably 1, 2, 3.
Okay.
And yes, we need the break.
Four.
Yes.
Yeah, I see one person wants to ask one more question.
If we are talking about one moment. If we are talking about database, something like vanilla Postgres in the cloud, how we can ensure zero downtime and increase performance? Geo-distributed sharding or with replication?
I get the question. So your question related to deployment strategies, and if you have vanilla Postgres, how you can apply deployment for Postgres, yes?
Yeah.
So with databases all time, it's very interesting question. I would say that currently, for example, in AWS, in RDS, we have blue-green deployment inside in RDS. What about vanilla Postgres if you want to install it in your own EC2 instance? It will be a challenge, for sure. So in my case, how we did it, we try to apply this procedure that we store the difference between, like the current state, we start deployment process. Store somewhere the difference, what's happened during the deployment, deploy new version, and apply this difference to new version of database. But it only applies if you want to do some schema changes and so on in Postgres in your database for sure. But if you work with NoSQL and other databases, most probably you will not need to do some deployment with downtime, with schema changes and so on. And with schema changes, it's also a very hot topic, and everyone said like depends what you should do first, make deployment on your database or deploy a new version of the code. I am part to deploy your version of the code, and your code should be prepared to work with old version of the database and new version.
Okay.
I hope I answer the questions.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Next
All
one.
right, so we'll take one from here and one from there, and that will be it.
Victor, thank you for your speech. I have the following question. You've mentioned multiple patterns, speaking about managing resilience and availability of the applications. So my question is, don't you think that it's will be correct to mention such patterns like SOA requirements and performance and load testing, speaking about these problems?
Yes, why not? So you know, like it's so huge topic to speak about that. I mean, like so many different patterns. I try to collect most useful patterns which you can apply and make it more resilience of your applications, like what I shared here. So backoff of retry and so on. Performance testing or some SRE practices, for sure, you can do it. But it can be very difficult to put everything in one place during the 45 minutes. So, but short answer, yes. Performance testing is special. It can be very, how to say. So I did it, performance testing, again, like for this customer with 10 million of users. So for every new release, we run performance testing. But performance testing, it means like you need to have absolutely the same environment. It can be cost you twicely to compare it to the normal situations. So not every customer is ready to do it on, on a regular basis. Again, depends on what the size of your customer application and so on. And budget. One of the main questions is budget.
Hi, thank you for your presentation and touching those nice patterns. My question is how and do you encourage developers in AWS like not to over-engineer and use all those patterns, and using all those metric systems, because sometimes it's like not needed. Thank you.
In our case, sorry, it's needed. You know, like every time when we have some outage of AWS, I remember my, you know, like I just joined to AWS 2.5 years ago. It was 1st of September, and it was 2021. And in 2021, if you remember, we had we have any issues in December in 2021, 2 times. And you know, like all of my friends made a joke, Victor, please stop. Please stop do it. I mean, like, you currently on onboarding, it's your probation period, please stop breaking AWS. So, you know, we affect the whole world. I mean, when AWS does not work, sometimes it's not only affect AWS, because in AWS we have thousands of the customers and rely on our infrastructure. So for that reason, I said sometimes, again, one of our main development pattern or culture, I would say culture mostly, you build it, you run it. You decide it based on the current load. For sure, if we have some of the services where, I don't know, like only 1,000 customer, we don't need to do all of this overcomplicated. Some best practices, for sure, but not to make so high available, blah, 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 all of the stuff, because in this case, we will affect only 1,000 people. But if we look, for example, RDS, or EC2, or DynamoDB, or IAM, so if we have the problem with this kind of the services, most probably will affect like 80% of whole customers inside an AWS. We have to do very, very carefully with it. For that reason, I shared here, like we have checklist. Sorry, it was on the start when I said like in AWS we have a checklist, this operations readiness review. So for every new service, we have this checklist, and people, when deploying something new to the production, they go through this checklist. It's not the cutting edge, it's just like checklist, but you go through this checklist.
All right, let's choose the best one, Victor. Which was the best? But I still see some hands, and I do appreciate it. So our speakers will be downstairs during the break, so I really encourage you guys to approach them and further go with your discussions if you want to.
It's the best question with from 10
questions. The very first one?
Yes, the first
All right, sweet. So he will be getting 2 gifts from us, the Resilience Builder cards and the 1-year full subscription to JetBrains. All right.
And for sure, if you have any other questions, I'm still here.
Yeah.
We can continue our conversations, discuss all of these patterns. Are you agree, not agree? What you do in your productions. We'll be very happy to hear about that.
And he's probably the easiest person to find because of his shirt, so I'm sure you'll find him. All right, give it up to Victor Vermich, developer advocate at AWS. Thank you, Victor. Okay, so before we go to the lunch, so our sponsors are not all of them here in Uzbekistan, not all of them operate here in Uzbekistan. Right, so, and we really appreciate those companies who still wanted us to kind of help to do this event and make this success. And one of such companies is QCloud. So they operate mostly in Kazakhstan. They are AWS partners, and I believe they're diamond partners or something like that. Premium partners, or I don't really know, sorry. So, let's watch what they do. Please, IT guys, can you put that one there? Okay, sweet. So we already made it to the mid of the event, and I want you guys to ask to go to the very first floor where the registration and the booths are, and we will be serving pilaf. So I hope you will enjoy this, and this is a courtesy from our sponsors. So yeah, and after lunch, we will be splitting into 3 tracks, okay? So there are 3 tracks, track 1 and 2 and 3. So 3 will be here. Please follow us in our Telegram channel where we will be posting where what is going on. And you can also see our meter boards right there next to the door, and you can see the full schedule. You can also check the full schedule going to awsug.uz. That's our website, and that's where the full schedule is. All right, so thank you for now, and I will see you guys at 14:00, so at 2 p.m. Thank you. And our first session will be by Anton Kovalenko. He'll be talking about Amazon Q. Please.
Hello, hello. Thank you for joining our event. And today we're having a session about Amazon Q. I'm Anton Kovalenko. I'm working in AWS as a solution architect. And actually today I will give you overview on different flavors of Amazon Q, its capabilities, and actually what is the targeted use cases in various company scenarios. Okay, first of all, how many of you having understanding of Amazon Q? So, ever heard it? Okay. How many of you ever done any proof of concept with any flavor of Amazon Q? Okay, not that much. Almost known. And actually, how many of you ever had using Amazon Q in production? Okay. Okay, so seems that session is quite relevant, so you can learn something about the service. Let's start though. Okay, our agenda, I will give you a bit of explanation, a bit of figures about what is happening with generative AI in business. Also, we will be talking a bit about various flavors of Amazon Q Business, Amazon Q in QuickSight and Connect, and my favorite one actually, Amazon Q Developer. And maybe if we will have time, we will take a look at the customer cases, but I will explain it during presentation as well. Okay, first of all, some figures from Gartner, that 80% of enterprises are now seeking some value from leveraging generative AI in their businesses. Because it can gain productivity boost for employees, it can improve efficiency, improve quality. So this is meaning that lots of companies are thinking how to implement generative AI capabilities in their internal applications. Also, they're expecting to improve efficiency up to 30%. Well, quite high figure if you ever try to improve any efficiency, even up to 10%, you can understand it. So, and for this, AWS providing plenty of services and capabilities. Starting from foundational services like CPUs, GPUs, home-built silicons like Inferentia and Trainium, and so on and so forth. You can build your own applications, you can build your own models, train your models on this infrastructure, and use it in your applications. But if you don't want to have the burden of running your infrastructures, to running your servers, maybe you're not having enough machine learning capabilities, machine learning specialists in your company, you may want to use managed services. And for this, we're having Bedrock. Bedrock is a hosting for foundational models. Various models are available there. Home-built Titan, Claude from Anthropic, Mistral, and so on and so forth. Stable Diffusion. Lots of models available there, and you can just use it over API. So you can build your application, which is calling model. You don't need to host this model. You don't need to train this model. You can just build some RAG capabilities, maybe index your data, provide the context, and get capabilities of foundational model. But if you don't want to build even this, there is an Amazon Q. So Amazon Q is actually giving you managed service, which is giving you capability to integrate with your internal systems and leverage various scenarios. Here we're having several, let's say, flavors. And I would say it is somehow different services under the same umbrella. So we're having Amazon Q Business, we're having Amazon Q Developer, Amazon Q in Connect, and Amazon Q in QuickSight. And also, we're expecting that coming soon, Amazon Q in Supply Chain. I will not cover Amazon Q in Supply Chain today because we're expecting this service to be released at some point, but we will talk about all other. So let's start from Amazon Q Business. We've just discussed lots of companies want to leverage Gen AI to work with their internal data, with the data which is stored in internal systems. Various internal systems, it could be Salesforce, it could be Confluence, it could be various databases. And actually extracting this data is burden which is done by employees. So, and if you want to do it faster, if you want to do it more efficient, you want to use generative AI to increase productivity, creativity, quality. So just imagine, instead of surfing through different data sources, like going to Confluence, getting data from there, after that reading some contracts, going to database, collecting all the data and generating report, you can just say, hey Q, please generate me report about our sales and give me relevant contracts which are related to these sales. And Q can go and do it for you. But if you try to build this system yourself, so you need to host model, you need to provide the context, leverage security, and so on and so forth. Things like data privacy and compliance also matters. And for this, actually, we're having the service which is called Amazon Q Business, which is giving you opportunity to connect Q to your data and do various things. First of all, you can extract data. You can extract data in conversational manner. Like you are talking to the chat and saying, okay, give me please a contracts, I don't know, last year, and which are expected to end in 2 years. I want to make some review. And Q will return it to you. You may ask, please create Jira ticket to resolve some particular issue, and it will do it for you with a plugin. So instead of going to various systems, you are having universal assistant, which will give you opportunity to work with your systems. So it can find data for you, give the references, you can check this data, so you can go, it will give you opportunity to find this data in various systems. Also, it is having plenty amount of built-in connectors to lots of systems like Salesforce, like mail systems, like Exchange, and so on and so forth. You can find this information. You can talk to your mail database, asking various questions about it, and it will find answers for you. About security, actually, one of the important and I would say hype thing customers are asking is new attack vectors related to large language models. Because actually, if your model can answer question about your data, are you sure that it will not share information with someone who is not authorized to see it? And actually, in Q, for business, there is a capability. It can leverage your ACLs, access control list in various systems, and the user will receive information which is authorized for this user. So Q will not share information which is prohibited for this particular user. And this is important feature actually, so you can use your SSO to protect your data as well. So this is covered. Also you may not want model to speak with your users, with your internal customers, I would say. In a toxic language, maybe you don't want to have some particular words in answers, And maybe you want to define some specific topics which are allowed or prohibited. So you can build guardrails in queue as well. So if you want to execute actions, there are plugins. As I told you, you want to create ticket in Jira in conversational manner. There is a plugin for Jira. You may want to you may create opportunity in Salesforce. It can do it with a plugin as well. And if system is not supported by standard plugins, there are custom plugins. You can create custom plugin for various systems. So you can execute some custom automation and create and manage systems. Okay, and for sure, one important thing about queue. As I told, if you want to build such a capability in your company, you may need to train model, index your data, create RAG streamline, create some custom automation, create some custom connectors. But actually, queue is giving, well, I wouldn't say out of the box, absolutely, but removes lots of burden from you of creating such a, all the cubicles to build this solution. So this is Amazon Queue for Business. And actually top capabilities, so you're having conversational experience talking to your data. It can generate you summaries. It can give you additional boost in content creation. So you can ask, I don't know, give me overview of something based on this and this and this data. So it will create you a template and you can edit it further, but you will not do repetitive tasks to extract the data. So, and also you can create tasks, do some things in your systems in also conversational manner. So there are some examples. I will not stop on that today. And actually, lots of companies are seeking to use queue in various scenarios. It could be sales. You can analyze your sales, analyze your pipeline, marketing, management, production. Everywhere where you are having some data to analyze, to extract, to generate, to streamline tasks, you can actually use Amazon Queue. Okay, and nowadays, I'm pretty much sure that you tried various LLMs for various tasks. So, and this is actually the thing which allowing you to do it on enterprise level. Okay, that was Amazon Queue Business. It is also, I would say, part of business, Amazon Queue in QuickSight. How many of you familiar with a QuickSight? Okay, some of you. Okay, QuickSight is actually a business intelligence tool which is allowing you to visualize your data, create graphs, create various visuals based on what you are having, beautiful reports, and actually we're having more than 100,000 customers in QuickSight, so which means lots of companies are using this. And it is giving you that. This is an example how some dashboard in QuickSight may look like. But when you are working with the data, visualizing it, what do you think? Could regular user do such things? Well, in majority of situations, we're having data engineers for this. People who are understanding how your data is created, the schema, how to visualize it, what kinds of visualizations you may have, and what customers may expect. And actually, just due to this, you may need to ask someone to create a report for you, after which you can make a data-driven decision as a manager, for example. And how to ease it with generative AI? For sure, we just were talking about Amazon Queue Business, which is allowing you to talk to your data. Why not talking to your visuals? And just for this, we are actually having Amazon Q in QuickSight. So in QuickSight, you will have assistant, which will give you opportunity to ask QuickSight to visualize your data using natural language. So you may ask, I don't know, build the most relevant visual for this data. And it will select rather histogram or maybe line chart, bar chart. If there is a geography there, it may create a map. So, and give you response. And also you can ask to refine visuals in conversational manner. So in this case, you are not creating a visual on yourself. You can ask Q to do this. Also, it can generate you a bit of story about your data. Okay, give me please some essay about what is happening in sales in some particular region, in some particular time. For example, I don't know, Guatemala last year sales analysis in less than 100 words. So, and it will generate it on top of your data. So this is also somehow, actually QuickSight is available as a part of Amazon Q business and also available as a separate subscription. So, and this is Amazon Q in QuickSight, and you can actually use QuickSight as a built-in visual inside your application. So your application can contain part of QuickSight, and Amazon Q is supported there as well. Same thing, data privacy and security. So first of all, none of the data is ever used to train model. So your data will be augmented to the context of the prompt, but it will never be used to train the model. Other thing is you may leverage the row-level security if you're familiar with data lakes and row-level security approach. So it is also working in QuickSight and also supported by Amazon Q in QuickSight. So same thing, encryption in transit, encryption at rest, and so on and so forth. And moreover, data routing. You may configure Amazon Q and Amazon QuickSight to route data through the private network using private link capabilities. And your data will never touch internet. It will go through the private network only. So that was Amazon Q in QuickSight. And now Amazon Q in Connect. Another question, how many of you are familiar with the Amazon Connect? Okay, oh, no one. Okay, couple of words about Connect. Connect is managed contact center solution. So you may have this as a managed solution, assign your agents to receive phone calls and talk to your customers. And one more question about how many of you are having contact center in your companies? Some of you, okay. And actually, in this case, you might be familiar with these issues. So when you are hiring new agent, how many times you need to onboard agent to your processes, to understand your systems, to extract data to help your customers. Takes time. Also, your agent need to, for example, if your customer is calling you and saying, okay, I'm having issues with my insurance, maybe a company is complaining about this, please help me. Okay, first of all, agent need to go to some particular system, find information about customer, find information about insurance, maybe go to another system to resolve this issue. Also, maybe register an issue and do lots of repetitive tasks. And you are, and your customer at this moment are waiting on the call. Okay, but actually, in this case, customer may say, okay, I'm not pretty much satisfied with your service. And how you can help here? First of all, actually, it is the same task. You are having an issue. You can identify this issue in a customer message or in a voice call. And after this, agent can go ahead, find information about customer, first of all, extract information about customer, find information about customer in internal systems, and maybe already find a solution to the customer concern. And it could be happened not in minutes, but in seconds. That's why actually Amazon Q in Connect can leverage generative AI for such cases. So real-time responses. So just imagine your agent, instead of doing all the tasks going to different systems, will have information already in the system, in the chat mode, and may ask some questions about this. And maybe already having a response and resolution. So this is an example. So issue detected, response already generated, solution already generated, and also some reference information from inside corporate systems. So that was briefly Amazon Q in Connect. And, well, last one and my favorite, Amazon Q Developer. Another question. How many of you are familiar with testing or using coding assistants? Okay. How many of you were using code assistant, which is called Amazon Code Whisperer? Okay, some of you. Any other solutions like ChatGPT or something? Oh, ChatGPT, okay, so magic word. Okay, what is Amazon Q Developer? First of all, returning back, when I'm saying that we're talking about different flavors of Amazon Q, you need to understand that Amazon Q is umbrella on top of several services. And these several services are actually different. This is a different subscriptions. It could be different underlying models and different ways how you use it. Okay, Amazon Q Developer. And actually, why we're actually using coding assistants? Why we need that? Well, we're too lazy, exactly. And what we want, how we can measure the value of coding assistant? I'm having my personal measurement, frankly. There are different measures, some in percentage and so on and so forth. But I'm personally, when I'm coding, I want to press as less buttons as it is possible to have the same amount and quality of the code. This is my like personal metric. And actually, in software development lifecycle, we're having various scenarios like planning, creating, testing, operating, maintaining, and in these stages, we're having like different assistants we need. At some point, we want to plan architecture of our application. And here we may need to refer to documentation, to the best practices, go to, I don't know, well-architected framework, maybe the best practices for the language you're using, and so on. But actually here, you can just ask it in the chat. What is the best runtime for Lambda in Java at the moment? And you will have an answer without going to the documentation. You can generate code, asking in a natural language, please generate me a function which is going to DynamoDB and extracting particular item for me. Function which is going to queue, extracting message, putting the content to the DynamoDB and deleting message from the queue. Okay, you can write it yourself, sure. But actually, assistant can do it for you. Also, you can analyze your code. You can ask, if your code is secure enough, what are vulnerabilities here and how I can fix it. Also, you can troubleshoot it. Amazon Q is available not just in IDE. In a minute, I will talk about actually Amazon Q Developer also available in different flavors. That's why actually I wanted to make this presentation to give you understanding what is Q and what are various scenarios and how it looks like. So also you can analyze your VPC right from Management Console, like leveraging reachability analyzer and working with it in a natural language processing mode. And also you can update your code. There are agents for code transformation. At the moment it is available only for Java, but it is allowing you to upgrade your code from Java 8 to Java 11. So, but a bit of story. If you were familiar with the Code Whisperer, you may remember that Code Whisperer was a coding assistant which was working as, let's say, smart auto-completion and inline code generator. It was generating code from your comments in your files. And it was delivered as a part of AWS Toolkit plugin. At the moment, Code Whisperer is becoming the part of Amazon Q. So Amazon Q Developer is now having capabilities of Code Whisperer, so inline code generation, and also it is having chat-like window where you can talk to your code. And all this is delivered as a separate plugin. This plugin is now called Amazon Q Developer, and it is available in the marketplaces for various IDs. So, but Amazon Q could be in your IDE. It is also available in the Management Console. Actually, everywhere where you see this logo of Q, Q is somewhere there. So it may help you in Management Console. You can ask about your infrastructure. It is in IDE. It is available in AWS documentation. If you are opening documentation, you can search through the documentation and surf through the documentation with the AI assistant. Mobile application with the chatbots, it is available in your chatting system. It might be Teams, it might be Slack. And also it is available in Amazon Code Catalyst in very interesting way. So a couple of words about this. Okay, how many of you are familiar with the Code Catalyst? Okay, not that many. This is an integrated system which is allowing you to manage projects. It is having code repo, it is having issue tracker, it is having CI/CD capabilities, and so on. But fun thing about Q there that you can actually create a task, define there, okay, I want to change my application this way, and assign it to Q. Q will go to your code repo, analyze it, and generate new code, and even create pull request. And after that, you need only to merge it, apply, and see how it works. Actually, like, we're having video about this. Me and Victor done it just recently. You may find it on YouTube. Okay. And actually, this is various examples on how you can use Amazon Q Developer. So this is an example from the console. This is an example on how you can generate your code using inline comments. And also, this is how you can create big amount of code in conversational manner, just asking Q Developer to create some particular functionality. So actually, it can create a full application for you. It can generate tests for you also. So troubleshoot, diagnose. You can do it in the Management Console, and you can. And if you're seeing issues in logs, you can ask Q for explanation of these issues, and it may even give you some advices on how you can fix it. Also, you can ask questions about your resources already deployed in your account. How many Lambdas I'm having in the particular region? How many EC2s? What's happening with my auto-scaling groups? What is the actually desired capacity at the moment? And so on. Another capability, as I told, about code transformation. So when you may upgrade the version of Java of your existing code base. Also, it is, instead of rewriting your application manually, you can leverage Q for this. So, and actually, that was almost it about Amazon Q Developer. One more thing about this. If you want to try it, you can do it for free. It is available for free with a Builder ID. Okay, how many of you using Builder ID? Okay, only some. But how many of you actually holding active AWS certifications? If you are holding AWS certification, you're already using Builder ID. Because if you are your login to the certification system is Builder ID as well. And you can use just the same Builder ID to configure Amazon Q Developer in your IDE and start using it. Important things here about security. Actually, coding assistant is something we were using for a long time. You know, the smart auto-completion inside IDE. So how many of you using plugins in Visual Studio Code or JetBrains? I believe lots of you. Yeah, auto-completion, linters, code styling. But the key difference here you need to keep in mind that with the Q Developer and other coding assistant, when you are sending the context to the model, you are sharing part of your data. For sure, Q Developer is not using your data to train the model. But if you are working in restricted environments and so on, keep this in mind, and maybe you need to refer to your security teams to understand if you can use it with your customer data, with your corporate data or not. Amazon Q having lots of security capabilities. If you're interested about this, I will stand here and maybe explain it, answering your questions. But once again, if you want to try Q Developer, it is available for free. You can install plugin, register Builder ID, log in, and start using it almost immediately. Professional version 2, having additional capabilities, and the most important one and most used one at the moment is customizations, because you can teach the model with your own data. You will have your own version of the model trained on your repos, and it will give you the most relevant responses with your code examples. It is actually also important and interesting thing about Amazon Q Developer. And okay, thank you for your attention. Hopefully it was not too boring because I was not showing anything fancy, but hopefully now you are better understanding the world of Amazon Q and what kind of queue you may use for your needs. Actually, I'm open to the questions, if any.
All right.
Thank you very much for the presentation. I had a few questions. First one is for the Amazon Q. So you said we can pre-train the data to the model, right? Do we have an option to choose different models as well, or there are specific ones?
No, it is actually, the model layer is isolated from you. That's why if you want to select a model, you can rather think about Bedrock or even hosting your own model.
And in terms of the token limits, is there any specific tokens that for the for the prompt generation? Is there a token limit, the context limit?
Can you rephrase your question? Sorry, I didn't get what you're trying to.
I mean, let's say when you want to open the prompt for the AI, you have to generate that. You have a certain amount of tokens that you can utilize for the limit that when you submit the prompt? Is there any limits for that as well?
There are some limits, but actually, if you are having subscription, you are not talking. You are not thinking about tokens. You are having subscription, and everything is included. If you are using Bedrock, for example, you are thinking about tokens because you are paying on per token base.
Yeah. And sorry, one more thing. Also, can we generate a predefined structure with the transformers? Like, can we develop custom transformers if you want to? You know, like get the data in a certain structure, maybe in a JSON or a YAML, like.
Well, I'm not sure. I need to check. But some systems are giving you in structure. Actually, if you will explicitly ask, please give me response in JSON format, it will do its best to generate it. But if you worked with various models, you may know that sometimes the JSONs are good, sometimes you need to fix it. But actually you can ask explicitly, as long as it is conversational, like chatbot, you can ask, give me response explicitly in this form. It will do it.
Yeah, sorry, just last question.
No worries.
About the quick insight, so when we generate the reports, for example, can we predefine the structure of the report? Let's say we have a page of the report where I can predefine the structure that, and then use a human language to fetch the data from my database. And
yes.
And you said like there is a user access level permissions as well. Like, can be this used as a SaaS product? Like, can I sell it for the clients using to have a different report? Let's say someone having a SaaS product, we want to create a report for them based on it's an HR platform. They want to create a report for their specific tenant. Is it possible to isolate the insights for a specific tenant on the client side, or?
There is a row-level security capability. You can leverage this for such a scenario. But actually, if you want to, you need to be cautious about licensing, because the QuickSight, Q4 QuickSight having different kinds of licenses, and some licenses are allowing you to do this, but you need to be cautious about pricing.
Okay.
Yeah. So you need to just check what kind of license. You can give this license to the particular user, but will it be good for your SaaS product? You need to think about this.
Okay.
Maybe you will need to understand what kind of questions they may ask, give lower level license, and if you want to do SaaS, you are doing a lot instead of your customers. Yeah. So but actually, I believe it is possible.
Yeah. Thank you very much. It was very.
Thank you for your questions.
Okay. So the next one. One question about the QuickSight. The QuickSight tool. If you give this tool to the non-professional user, like citizen developer, sales manager, he create a request in natural language. Okay, give me the report about the sales, and create a graph about the report. He received this report. When professional data engineer, data analyst create a report, he has the procedures, special procedures, how to test the data, how to audit in the periodical basis. But if you give this tool in the non-professional sales manager, he creates some beautiful graph about the sales, share this graph with sales director and so on, but not check, is it the interpretation of the data, for instance, from finance system is right. If it, for instance, if this report include only invoice, data from invoices and not data from accruals. Did the QuickSight have special tools how to secure from this wrong interpretation, or this only like a business process inside the company?
Oh well, yeah, Igor, I was expecting that question will be complicated. I am not sure if this capability is available, because actually this is what we will say. You know, if you're familiar with how AWS is working, we're having the responsibility areas, the sharing of responsibility. And I would say that this will be responsibility of the user to somehow ensure that data is relevant. Because, I don't know, quick side. Q will return you answer to your question. Better answer.
Okay, okay, thank you. I think it's in business level.
But thank you for question.
Yes. Thank you, Anton.
All right, yes. Thank you. My first question about the model. First guy asked about model specifics. So you say that we cannot specify which kind of LLM we'll use. My question is what name of model it's used in Amazon Q? I assume that
I only can say that underneath Amazon Q we're having Bedrock. So, but what kind of model I cannot answer. I don't know. It is up to product team.
Okay. My second question.
But I would say it should be the best model available for this task.
Okay, got it. So you mentioned about the RAG. You said that it guarantees that privacy, that it will not use the data will not use that, not authorized user will not use that data. And so am I assuming that correct? It's not possible fine-tuning in using the Amazon Q?
Actually, yeah, you are not, there is, as long as you are not having direct access to the model, you cannot fine-tune it. Actually, what Q does for you, it is doing all this stuff under the hood. You are providing connection to the data, and it is doing all the stuff in a managed way. I wouldn't say that it is fine-tuning. It is rather using embedding capabilities.
Yeah.
And one more thing, as it is managed service, it is responsibility for product team, and some things we as a solution architects even don't know. So it is under the hood. It is managed service. It is doing its job. Sometimes with, only development team knows how.
Okay, yeah, and my last question is, my last question is about privacy. I assume that privacy is issue here. So if there is a maintaining portal, what kind of privacy metric you use there? I mean, do you monitor privacy, and is there any metrics for it?
What you are actually expecting here? Can you give me an example of an issue?
To be honest, no, I don't know an example. It was kind of an interesting question. So maybe, I mean, how do you measure that it's, you are doing well in privacy case? I mean, do you measure it?
Okay, once again, like I was talking about shared responsibility model, and actually AWS services are secured by design, private by design. Your data is isolated on your account level, AWS account level. It will not go anywhere. It will not share it with anyone. And moreover, it will not be used to train the model. And so model cannot share it with anyone else. So maybe if it is good for measurement or...
So you are saying that every model is specific for customer, for like say for EPAM will be.
I cannot say it like this. Model could be so model will not be trained with your data, so it cannot share this data to anyone. I cannot say that model is unique for a particular customer.
Okay, thank you.
But if you make fine-tuning, for example, in Q developer customization, you will have your own version.
Okay, so we can take one last question. So let me hand this over to...
First, thank you for presentation. And I have only two questions about Amazon Q for developers. First, can the generative AI scale the code but not scaling the result, without scaling the result of the code?
Oh, well, can you once again rephrase what you're trying to achieve?
Like, if I have 100 strokes of code for like summing to integers, can the AI scale this code but not scaling the result? Чтобы продуктивность не упала, но код стал меньше.
This. Thank you. So if we want to trim the code, but not to trim productivity, you can ask it to refactor. You can try. Actually, it could. You can explicitly define what you are trying to achieve. So Q, please trim my code, make it less lines of code, keeping the same productivity. It will do its best to do it for you, I would say. You can ask. So.
Okay, another question. If I have like NLP model, but the accuracy of the NLP model is low, can I give it to Amazon Q and increase the accuracy of the model?
Wow, well, I'm not sure. I think no. So if you, you know, if you are talking about you're having model with a low accuracy, you want to improve accuracy. In this case, maybe you need to retrain your model. Yes. So, are you asking about this?
Yes, retrain, but with another syntaxes.
Well, I would say maybe the better service for this is a SageMaker. You can go to the SageMaker and you can ask it to give you the best hyperparameters for the training and improve accuracy of your model. So it's not the job for the queue, it's more job for the SageMaker.
Thank you.
Okay, so time is up for the Q&A. So Anton, would you choose the best question?
I will choose the most complicated one, which I was not answered from Igor.
Okay. All right, sweet. So as usual, we are giving you a 1-year full subscription to JetBrains products. And yeah, please give it up for Anton Kovalenko. Thank you, Anton.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, so before we move to the next session, I want you guys who are up there, please come closer. We are a little bit small in the numbers, so please don't sit there. Please come closer to the stage. Let's fill up first 4 to 5 rows, and we will move on with our session. So we have our guests coming all the way from Georgia. And by the way, today is Independence Day of Georgia, so congratulations, guys. Let's. And yeah, so Salome and Vasha, they will be talking about the cloud journey of Bank of Georgia. Please welcome.
Hello, guys. Thank you. And it works. Nice. We are from Georgia. We represent Bank of Georgia today. So before we start our presentation, let's quickly introduce ourselves. So my name is Vaja. I'm head of DevOps and Data House Engineering Unit. I joined Bank of Georgia Group 5 years ago, and I was leading Bank of Georgia's transformation from monolithic platforms to microservices, and right now I'm involved in Bank of Georgia's cloud journey. And we have Salome here. She's been working with us 3 years, and she's also involved in Bank of Georgia's cloud journey, and she has really interesting stories to tell today. So Said has already mentioned that it's Georgian Independence Day today, May 26th, so we are going through a difficult situation right now, and I hope that everything will be in Georgian people' favor, so we are really pleased to be representing Georgia today. So little bit about Bank of Georgia in numbers. So we have around 1.8 million monthly active individual clients. We have around 1.4 digital monthly active users. Our profit in Georgian lari is around 1.3 billion. We have market share around 55%, and our NPS is around 59. And actually, recently we acquired one of the biggest banks in Armenia, so we have huge plans in Caucasus region. Yeah, so about our journey timeline. So in 2020, actually, it was year of the DevOps. So we implemented DevOps at full scale from 2020 to 2021. And in 2022, actually, we launched Kubernetes infrastructure, on-prem Kubernetes, and we did core project transformation. We also did cloud transformation foundation with Rackspace. And in 2023, actually, we launched our first AWS zone, landing zone. It was more like to see and test how it would go. And in the same year, actually, we did work with our national bank to actually meet all the regulations. And we also did cloud governance office. We launched FinOps team. We did 10G interconnect from our on-prem data center to the AWS Frankfurt region. And also we worked closely with AWS and actually we did MAP and enterprise level agreement. And in the same year, actually, we launched 2 successful projects in AWS Cloud. And in 2024, actually, we wrote our cloud strategy, and we already have a disaster recovery data center in the Frankfurt region. So as I have already mentioned, 2020 actually was the DevOps year, so we actually started to implement DevOps culture, DevOps methodologies, DevOps tools. And we first started to actually have our on-prem GitLab, and we actually started to write some CI/CD pipelines using Jenkins. And also we started to use Docker engine as our container engine. And the next steps actually was logical ones. So we already had like CI/CD pipelines, we already had Docker, we already had containers. So next step was to have Kubernetes. So actually for us it was on-prem Kubernetes. So this is like before the cloud. So actually we spent let's say like quite a lot of time to design and make like good architecture of on-prem Kubernetes cluster, because actually we have two data centers, 2 on-prem data centers, and those data centers are in a different region. So we had to make like multi-regional on-prem Kubernetes cluster work. And for our Kubernetes provider, actually we choose Rancher, and we did provision everything using Terraform. So we are like using GitOps approach. So we are storing our infrastructure code in Git, and Git is only a single source of truth. So every changes happens only via the Git. And the next step actually was to migrate all those applications that we are running on traditional infrastructure, like on top of VMware, on virtual machines, to Kubernetes and to microservices. And actually, this is how our infrastructure looks like right now. So you could see a lot of like technologies that maybe are familiar, maybe not, but yeah, right now we are using like 2 CI/CD tools, Jenkins, Argo. We have Grafana, Prometheus, Elasticsearch, Kibana for monitoring, for debugging. So basically, those were the precursors, and those were the necessary steps to take and to modernize our infrastructure on-prem in order to like easily move to the cloud. Because if you have like microservices and Kubernetes already in place, even if it's on-prem, it's much more easier to go to the cloud, because you can take those microservices and let's say deploy to it like in Elastic Compute Service. Yeah.
Hi. So A few years ago, our management made a strategic decision that since we are a financial organization, we also need to become a technology company. This initiated few transformation processes. The first one was digital transformation, the processes transformation, together with the company McKinsey, which eventually introduced agile methodologies into our organization and product development process. The second one was in partnership with company Core. It initiated platform transformations and system redesigns, which Vaja was also mentioning about that. And during this process, we defined that we should start exploring cloud more. So the next transformation was Cloud Transformation Foundation in partnership with the company Rackspace. In the beginning, we didn't have understanding where to start with the cloud, and we decided that we need the help of professional. Rackspace conducted many workshops with us, and they got in our shoes to understand our current processes and our current architecture and systems and everything, and they helped us translate our business needs into cloud. Three core capabilities were as pillars of our cloud transformation process. The first one was governance, which helps us and orchestrates all the processes, skills, and strategy and everything that is related to cloud and how we should work with cloud. It defines these rules. And the service management, on one hand, is helping us to operate effectively on cloud and giving us guidance on that. Architecture and security is helping us to design and to solutions that are effective and secure. After this theoretical understanding, we decided that we need to start experiment more. For that, we established a lab environment on cloud where we could experiment and explore a few solutions. After this experimentation process, we migrated few applications that were as pilot and the POC to prove the feasibility of this process, and we are still continuing our research and development processes since then. Later in the last year, we signed the Migration Acceleration Program Agreement and also Enterprise Level Agreement with AWS, which, let me highlight first on the MAP program. It is designed for the enterprise organizations, our size, to ease the transition period to the cloud, because for us, sometimes we're finding ourselves in dual cost situations, because on one hand, we need to maintain our on-premises operations while we are also having some costs on cloud. And to ease this transition period, AWS is offering the MAP program to reduce some costs. And also we signed the enterprise level agreement, which gave us opportunity to stay compliant with our all National Bank of Georgia regulations and also to align the general terms and conditions with AWS. Also, later last year, we built a 10G direct link, because as we are increasing our presence in cloud, we are highly dependent on the network connectivity. So in order to ensure the uninterrupted operations, we built this direct connecting our data centers directly to AWS data centers, and I think we're first in Georgia to build this kind of connection. Also, if there is some outages with the traditional network, we are also considering Starlink, and we're using it as an alternative to have additional redundancy on that. Now, we would like to share a few successful project examples where cloud was used in our company, and the first example is gamification in mobile banking app. As Vaja already mentioned, we are already having 1.4 million monthly active users in mobile bank, and this gamification is designed to motivate even more customers to open the app and play and win some prizes. Although it's just a temporary game, 3-month game, after which everything should return to normal. So here is where cloud comes to our rescue. The first benefit that we got was the speed and flexibility. We were able to access cloud resources within minutes, and we were able to scale them down just as swiftly after this 3-month period. Cost efficiency is second one. Instead of investing in physical hardware, we were able to access these resources on a pay-as-you-go basis. And the cloud empowered us and gave us opportunity to innovate and to give us, our customers, opportunity to combine the world of banking with interactive gaming. Here are some technical details about the app itself. We used Amazon Aurora for active passive databases. We used Amazon CloudFront to cache the content, which was stored on Amazon S3. And also we used Amazon X-Ray for debugging and process optimization. Over 500,000 people used this gamification and played it. So here are the main benefits, I think, that we got. You gain, with cloud, you gain more agility. You are able to improve your time to market, which gives you opportunity to connect with your customers more, and you are granted the possibility to make more mistakes, which eventually is translated into more experience and the better product. So that's the market pace now, I think, and if you fail to follow, you just lose the competitive advantage. Now Vaja will share another example.
Thanks, Salome. So our another successful project that we have launched with AWS and inside AWS is our contact center like modernization project. But before I jump to the successful case, first I would like to highlight some issues and problems that we have faced. So we have call center where our customers are basically calling us and maybe asking for loan. Maybe some of them have some problems, issues. Maybe they are angry for some reason, etc., etc. So actually, we needed to analyze those calls. So it was really hard for us because our colleagues has to go through all those recordings and listen everything to find specific topics that they were interested in. So basically, our contact center was not so that much of didn't have that much of flexibility. It was really difficult to analyze the data itself, and reporting was not so good. And this is the architecture basically that we came up with. So we have a call center, and for call center we are using Genesis, and those audio recordings are stored on-prem inside our object storage. So we actually decided to use AWS Data Sync to sync all those recordings to the AWS cloud. And we are storing it inside AWS S3 buckets. And we have some step functions, and we are using SageMaker with our custom model, because Georgian language, like English is like, there are a lot of like good text to like speech models available, but for Georgian language we have to write it ourselves. So after we wrote this model, basically we could analyze those voices, and we can make text out of it, and we could then sync back those text files to our on-prem. We are storing it inside Hadoop, and from Hadoop actually we are taking those data and we are writing it inside Elasticsearch, and then we actually wrote some front end, and you can just type, let's say, loan, and all the voice recordings pops up, as well as you can just basically read the text instead of listening. Yeah, so now actually we are able to do sentiment analysis. So now we can, let's say, like on Mondays, some of our customers are angry, and on Friday they are not, which is maybe understandable, but yeah. So now actually we could do some sentiment analysis. We could do actually reporting, we can identify problems easier, and it's like additional source for us to identify problems. Like we have all these cool monitoring solutions that are firing, like maybe inside Slack channel, maybe via emails, maybe even like sending some SMS, but when you are taking some data directly from customers, it's an additional source to identify the problems. And actually AWS's role in this is huge, because instead of like investing hundreds of like dollars in like to build good platform, like buy some GPUs and make all those work, we now have pay-as-you-go model. So we are paying in like minutes and seconds usage. Like AWS's machine learning also is really easy to actually to work with, and it's really scalable, reliable, and secure. And actually, this is the maybe like scenario that nobody wishes to happen. So we are not an exception as well. So as I have already mentioned, we have 2 on-prem data center, but for some reason it's not enough. So we have third one in AWS. So actually, in order for us to make third data center work, so it's not like active data center, it's disaster recovery data center. So we have identified platforms that needed to be backed up in order to, like, if we lose all those 2 data centers, we could still operate from AWS in reasonable amount of time. Yeah, sure.
Thank you. Oh, nice. So what is the time of recovery?
Yeah.
For example, when something failure happens in on-prem data center, just they mentioned that you are backing up all entire infrastructure from backup, or?
Yeah, so to be honest, it's not an entire infrastructure. So it's the minimum infrastructure in order to like most basic banking stuff to work. So like maybe our reporting tools, like maybe Power BI doesn't work, but it's okay for us because most critical business services should be working. So first was to identify those critical services, and other stuff that is not so important. We actually say that in this case, when we lose 2 data centers, it doesn't matter for us. So basically, when we did backup, we also did restore to check maybe if it works, because having backup is not all, because maybe you have some problems to restore it later. So that was the second crucial part, to always be ready to do the restore after you have some backup. Regarding the time, so it's not like in seconds, like instantly you could have third data center. So it's more or less let's say hours. I couldn't say exact time, because in this scenario actually it doesn't matter that much, because there is this is the case where something terrible happens inside the countries. Maybe some meteorite falls down and swipes all those 2 data centers. So for us, it's doable in let's say in less than a day. Yeah.
And I will let, sorry for this. Between on-prem and AWS infrastructure, you have connection, direct connect. You are communicating
Yeah. Yeah, it's 10G. So as Salome mentioned, we have direct 10G connection from Tbilisi to Frankfurt, and we also are utilizing Starlink. So in case something happens with this direct link, we can always use Starlink.
Okay. So we started last year and finished this year to gather the strategy about the cloud and to all the processes that we already defined and all the future plans that we have. We gathered everything into the cloud strategy. In this strategy, we also defined how we are prioritizing applications that should be migrated in the first place, because we had huge infrastructure and environment on premises. This is the application assessment metrics. What we are doing for each application is we are assessing the benefits and we are assessing the challenges and defining that if the benefits, for example, are high and challenges are low, this type of applications, of course, are the immediate candidates for cloud. If benefits are low, but challenges are also low, this type of applications we are using for experimenting certain solutions on cloud. Also, when benefits are high, but challenges are also high, we are considering them for cloud, but we are carefully evaluating the challenges for that. And definitely, if the benefits are low and challenges are high, this type of applications will not be migrated at all. This is also about migration strategies. We categorized applications into 3 distinct buckets. So the first bucket is our core banking and everything that is related, all the systems that are latency sensitive to our core banking. This bucket applications should be either migrated altogether or these applications should be left on premises. Bucket 2 applications are they have dependencies on bucket 1 applications, but latency is not an issue. So we are making the assessment that I displayed in the previous slide, and if the challenges are low and benefits are high, we are considering the migration. And bucket 3 applications are totally independent applications from bucket 2 and 1. And for this bucket as well, we are making the assessment and deciding what to migrate accordingly. I would like to share a few challenges that we still are facing. So first one is financial operations. So since we had more capital expenditures on premises, and now we are facing operational expenditures. This should be carefully monitored and carefully handled. For that, we created a team called FinOps that is in this FinOps, it's a cross-functional team, and in this team we have guys from IT, from procurement, finance, and everyone is sharing their perspective, and we are really counting on them to keep our costs in cloud monitored and optimized. Second one is employee upskill, and since the cloud technologies are advancing and evolving very frequently, we need to keep our technology guys up to date to the latest advancements, and we need to plan for them proper trainings and development programs, and we are trying to not we were trying to keep it up. So third one is geolocation and latency, and I already mentioned that bucket 1 applications, they are very highly sensitive to latency, and within this cloud strategy we're trying to handle the latency in a way to be able to migrate the bucket 1 applications. And the last one is compliance and hybrid cloud. Since we are a financial institution, there are a lot of regulations that we need to meet, and some regulations mandate that we need to keep certain components of our applications on premises. So while we are evaluating cloud solutions, we need to be careful that all the solutions are accommodating these hybrid cloud strategies. So in the end, I would like to say that this is our journey so far, and we are looking forward to continue. And I would like to use this opportunity to thank AWS teams, because they are really helping us a lot during this journey. Alex, thank you very much. That's it.
Oh, okay, sweet. Now let's take some questions. Questions from the audience? Anyone? Okay, there.
Thank you everyone for talk. I have one question about the compliance. Like, can you give me one example? Like, there was a difficulty that because of some government regulatory rules, you keep some part of the you have to keep some part of your application on the premise, and that would be good to be on the AWS. Were there this kind of situations like what or this kind of difficulties you faced regarding the compliance? Yeah, thank you.
It's not that we had to keep them on premises, it's more that we need to design the application in a way that it's met, the regulations and the rules are met. Basically, there is a business continuity plan that we have inside the organization, and also our regulator, National Bank of Georgia, requires us to have certain exit strategies. So there are ways to migrate almost all applications. We just have to do it carefully and to meet all the demand that all the regulations and rules that our regulator is defining for us. Maybe Vaja, you would like to add anything?
Yeah, actually, that's pretty much it. I couldn't add anything. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. All right, we have another question.
Hello, thank you for your speech. Can you state your current SLA level after such innovations? SLA level, how many? 9?
SLA level of the
uptime
of the applications that
yes.
I think it didn't change. It was pretty much the same, I think.
Yeah, to be honest, I don't know those numbers.
Okay, and why did you choose Amazon as your cloud provider? For example, comparing with the GCP or DigitalOcean, what was your criteria?
Yeah, that's a really good question and not an easy one to answer. Yeah, so actually we choose the AWS because first of all it has like compared to let's say GCP and let's say Azure, it has a lot of services that is not available, simply not available in Azure or GCP, and especially in like let's say machine learning or in like data lake infrastructure. So that's the first main point. So number of available services, and actually second one is like for us it's much more easier to work with AWS environment than let's say with Azure or GCP. So when we are choosing our cloud providers, one of the point was how comfortable all of our team felt with working the cloud with certain cloud providers. So it's not the decision to make like I couldn't make the decision only like maybe I like AWS, but there are 200 developers who don't, so it's like a team decision. So that's the reason second too. And actually I would say that like third reason is that AWS has really good documentation and like infrastructure, how it works is explained really well. Yeah.
I will add one thing. Yeah, we had a long list of the scorecard where we assessed all the providers according to different criteria. We also have experimented. We are using other cloud providers as well. It's not that we are using only Amazon, but Amazon is we chose Amazon to migrate our major part of the infrastructure, but not that we are completely not using any other services from other cloud providers. In this scorecard that I mentioned, we assessed that it's not finalized yet because we are in the process of assessment, right? Yeah.
So for us, AWS is the main cloud provider, which means that our main workload runs on top of AWS's data centers, but we are also using like SaaS platforms, like we are using Active Directory, and we are using like Microsoft's cloud for Office 360. So yeah.
Okay, and why you use several CI/CD tools? I mean, for example, why you use Jenkins, Argo CD, and for what reason each of them?
Yeah, that's also a really good question. So actually, we started to use Jenkins like I think like 4 or 5 years ago. So before in this time, actually, we are like a couple of alternatives. Like I have already mentioned that we have GitLab on premise. So GitLab has its own CI/CD. But like 5 years ago, it wasn't that mature enough to cover all our needs. So basically, we needed, let's say, like custom buttons. We needed some custom solutions that simply there was no way to implement this inside YAML. So with Jenkins, you could write actually pipelines in Groovy, and Groovy is basically like Java, but it has less features, let's say. So Jenkins is really like powerful platform to build really complex CI/CD pipelines, and it was not possible with other CI/CD tools like 5 years ago. But recently, actually, GitLab made its CI/CD much more better, like implemented more features, and right now we are thinking maybe we could like rewrite some projects to GitLab instead of Jenkins. And also we have a couple of like, let's say, non-traditional CI/CD pipelines. We are using Jenkins as our automation tool. So we have like pipelines that maybe doesn't deploy anything, but instead when you click some button, it does all sort of automated stuff. That is not also possible with let's say, GitLab CI. And regarding Argo CD, actually, we are writing Helm charts, and for Kubernetes, Argo is really, really flexible and comfortable to work with.
Thank you.
All right. Any other questions? By a raise of hand. All right. Another chance to win another.
Thank you for the presentation. My question about the cost effectiveness of the two different solutions, about the cloud solution architecture and on-premise architecture. Did you calculate inside the Bank of Georgia, maybe in the FinOps team, evaluate the calculations of use of different architectures in 10 years perspective, for instance, previously to move to the cloud architecture? What is more cost effective, cloud or on-premise?
I think it depends, but on this slide, cost is both in benefits and also in challenges. Sometimes, for certain applications, it depends on the architecture. Sometimes we're calculating in both way, to implement it on cloud or to implement it on premises, and sometimes the cloud is more expensive and sometimes it's less. So it depends, really depends on the application itself.
Okay, thank you.
All right, any other questions? No hands. All right, so let's say thank you to Salome and Vaja. Thanks. Thank you. Yeah, let's give a round of applause. So this type of talks are actually really, really helpful, especially for our conference, since the like our country itself is fairly, let's say, young yet in the cloud sphere. So we still have a lot of things to do, and I think this is a really good use case, how others are doing, how other countries are doing it. So yeah, and we will be actually continuing the same topic. Next, we will be talking about FinOps, I believe, so I really hope that Igor is not jet-lagged. Igor Ivanyuk, Principal Solutions Architect at AWS, please welcome.
Hey, Sid, thank you for stealing my Swift intro. And I was going to mention that the customers already mentioned about FinOps before, and so here's the continuation, but now it's gone. Thanks a lot. Right, so how do we start? Oh, okay. So FinOps. What's so good and what about it? So I'm solution architect and I work a lot with the customers. And with them, we are talking about FinOps all the time, especially during the last few months. But to start my talk, I wanted to mention something that may seem completely unrelated. Surprisingly, I want to mention Roman Empire. Why is that? Well, Roman Empire was very influential at the time, and the culture that they bring is pretty important in human civilization, but eventually it collapsed due to multiple factors. And the main were the bureaucracy, overspending money, which led to increased inflation, and internal fights for power, which led to the decisions which were not actually forward-looking, but more short-term. And I see that many companies that are considering different practices working with cloud and working with cloud cost specifically, they are also making some short-sighted decisions. I'm not saying that those companies are led to collapse like Roman Empire, but there is something that we can learn from them. So, of course, before, when we were doing this IT management, IT cost management, we had to do a lot of strategic talks where we had to plan something in advance. We had to do forecasting and capacity planning because we need to purchase hardware, and we have to, again, manage the software licenses. Like one of the biggest tasks that I was facing is how to find out who is using which license. And essentially, the complexity of this purchasing process may be a little bit too hard for many companies because there is no real simple way to do it. But I'm not saying that these things are all gone in the cloud, but they are much better. Because currently, depending on where you are on the cloud journey, if you are only beginning, or if you are already using some cloud resources, or if you are already into the cloud, you are at the different stages. And of course, you may have realized this potential or not. But when you are, ideally, when you are moving to the cloud, you expect to get some cost flexibility, ideally. Then, of course, transparency, because that's what people are expecting from the cloud. And nevertheless, it's easier to purchase all those IT resources in one place at the cloud provider instead of managing them separately. But those benefits are not coming for granted. You have to architect for them. So you have to essentially adjust your systems, adjust your IT landscape to them, and, well, decide how to build your systems properly in order to actually gain those benefits. So let's talk about it. Let's talk about the way how to implement the FinOps journey from the very beginning to scaling and to growing the FinOps function in your organization. When I was talking to customers and discussing with them how do they believe that this transition should look like from no FinOps to FinOps, or some from absence of financial practices to more secured financial practices. And they say, okay, that they keep saying that there are things that they have to adjust, and there are things that they have to stay the same. For example, the most important change is a cultural shift, because FinOps is not possible when IT and finance do not talk to each other. You have to believe that you are working on the same purpose, and there is no us versus them. Instead, both IT guys, finance guys are working together to deliver business value and to grow the company. Then, of course, there is a lot of new things to learn, especially if the company just starting the cloud journey. And I think one, also pretty challenging one was the change to governance approach. Because before, in a traditional enterprises, you have sort of end of month budget review or end of quarter, whatever. So some kind of financial review where you assess the past spending and you try to analyze if they were successful or not. But with cloud, you cannot do it like that. I mean, you can still do the monthly reviews, but they're not that effective because cloud gives you the opportunity to quickly scale up and scale down. It means that the decision of purchasing something, because the decision of launching the database or the virtual machine is actually the purchasing decision as well. So these decisions have to be done quickly and flexibly. And it means that the teams that are doing this decision have to be adjusted to do them. So they have to be empowered, and the finance guys have to be okay with that we allow our developers or our IT operations or whoever else to quickly, on demand, change the costs of the whole system running on the cloud. But, of course, with these changes, there are a lot of things that stay the same. For example, we still would like to have the transparency. We still would like to have the way how to centrally observe and monitor and manage all the costs, to have this transparency, because that's what is advertised to us. The cloud is supposed to be transparent. Then we still need forecasting to some extent, because even if we have flexible cloud spend and so on, but we need to forecast them because we need to, in the end of the day, understand how much money we need to keep for our IT systems, like for the next month or at least for the next year. And we still need to be sure how to map the actual cloud cost to the users that created them. For example, to map spend to projects or to departments or to teams, you name it. Because this is this kind of transparency that gives you the way to enable good budgeting and, well, do this budgeting transparently. So what is FinOps? I mean, there are many ways to define it. So I just decided to put like 3 most important things in my case. First of all, DevOps is the methodology. So it's a set of principles and practices focused on cost managing. Then it really requires collaboration between IT, finance, and everything else. And it needs to deliver something to the company. So you don't have to implement FinOps just for nothing. You want to gain something from it, from implementing FinOps practices. So they should not be just doing that for the purpose of doing that. And then I'm going to show you like a framework that I use a lot when I discuss about FinOps with my customers. Skill set, mindset, and tool set. Basically, it means that you have to cover all those 3 aspects to understand how in a specific company or in a specific department the FinOps practices are implemented or will be implemented. Are there right people with the right mindset, with the right skills, and the right tools for them to make their job effective? Well, benefits, basically the FinOps benefits are something that I think you have heard already. And the most important for me is the cost control and optimization. That's the easiest sell, because that's how you can explain to your managers that you really need to go with FinOps practices. So you want to have these cost controls and optimization, but of course you have to do something to make it happen. You cannot just take them for granted. So how do we do it? Let's talk about 3 different phases of FinOps. We'll go through, in our presentation, we'll go through beginning, so starting phase, when we create teams, define responsibilities, define objectives, and so on. Then talk about growing these practices, meaning that we expand our tool set to do it more effective, and essentially scale the practices to the company, how to get the executive sponsorship, and how to advance your FinOps capabilities. And let's start with the start. Now you see the number 30% in 3 different KPIs. I mean, first of all, I think that you maybe probably have seen this already. There are different reviews with different numbers, but for example, this one is from Accenture review saying that, okay, 30% of TCO is reduced by cloud migration. And show me the company which would say, I do not want this. This is the thing that everybody is happy about, because everybody wants to reduce their costs by moving to the cloud. But unfortunately, that's not the whole truth, because also, by another report, only 30% of the customers or of the teams actually know how do they spend those cloud costs, meaning that, I mean, of course, they know the bill, they know how much money they spend for the cloud, but what are they paying for exactly? Only 1/3 of the companies know it. And the last one, I think it's the worst, because according to the cloud report, around 30% of the cloud costs are wasted. And we would need to define what is a waste. To me, the waste is the cloud resources which are not used for delivering business value, and you are not planning for that. Because you may want to create like a backup or the disaster recovery environment, which will be not actively used without disaster events, but then it will spend some money. That's okay for you because you know about this spend. But around 30% of all costs are just vanishing without actively knowing about them. And let's see what we can do about all these things. So FinOps starts with a team. And usually you need a sort of cross-functional team. So you need to cover, it doesn't necessarily mean that you need to have exactly 3 people, but you need to have teams that cover all those aspects. You need to have business aspect, financial aspect, and technology aspect. And they have to talk to each other. So they need to share insights, they need to align between each other, and they need to work together to optimize what you're running now. And I will be sharing some tips along the way. So the first one is, usually, I mean, doesn't have to be in your case, but usually those teams form organically. So it's not that you assign somebody like, okay, you're going to be FinOps now. Rather, you look within your current employees for people which are interested in that area. And because already there are some people that just out of curiosity could monitor the cost of the project and so on. So you just have to find them. And those people naturally can work in different departments. That's also okay, because you don't have to necessarily form like a FinOps department. You can always start small. You should start small with a like small group of people, let's say a small group of enthusiasts of FinOps. Now, what do we expect from those people? Every team needs objectives. There are a lot of them. I've put a few, but the idea that those objectives have to be relevant to your business, they have to be easily understandable by the people outside of the team, so that when somebody, for example, when your C-level asks, so what exactly are you doing? What is your objective? These objectives should be clear not just to the team themselves, but to people asking about that outside. And I think the most challenging is the last one, to establish a communication strategy. Because unfortunately, I mean, I'm an engineer, we don't communicate good. Let's be honest. So the way how to establish communication strategy will define how much of the executive sponsorship you will get. So if your team can prepare some sort of reports or communications that saying, okay, we have reduced that number of cloud spend, or we have optimized something, and they are able to digest and to deliver these messages to the right people, then they will be successful. But without good communication, it will be hard to show their achievements, essentially. So what have they done? But whatever you choose to be their objectives, put them in pencil. So meaning that those objectives can be flexible and then can change with time. Because you are only starting the DevOps journey and you are only defining what is important for your company, for your business. So talking about the way what tools do we have to get insights to the costs? I mean, there are a lot of them. Of course, if you're not new to AWS, you have seen many of them. You can have tools to implement cloud cost monitoring. There are a lot of built-in tools. And solutions like Kudos, I think you have seen there. What is really important is how do you treat your tagging strategy and account structure. Because we are used to think about account structure as the matter of defining security boundaries or access boundaries or like project boundaries. But you can also consider account structure to be important for financial monitoring. Because account is a clear boundary and you can easily explain that everything that belongs to this team is in that account. And the same goes with the tagging strategy. First of all, if you're not using tagging strategy tags, you should start using them now, as soon as you leave this room. And also, you need to implement the strategy with financial tags. So the tags that are meaningful to finance reporting. For example, some of my customers do things like cost centers or project centers, whatever. What works with you works best. And of course, there are a lot of moving factors and moving targets in the cloud. So without proper alerting and monitoring of those financials, automated monitoring, you have the chances to be able to somehow overlook something and lose money. So implement strategy for monitoring. But with the tags, you never will be able to design the perfect tagging strategy. Because it should be always evolving, and you better start doing some tags and then add them or modify them. There are tools to modify them, but essentially you need to evolve them as well. And the way how you will enforce them can be different. I have one customer that has the overnight job that just goes and deletes the resources which do not adhere to tagging strategy. This approach has led to even some production issues back in the days, but after like few such scenarios, teams became very aware of the tags and they set up their own tools to make sure they always add the correct tags. Right, now how do you develop the skills of those teams? So here I have this like learning methodology pyramid. It's a generic one, it's not cloud related, but we believe that that's the effectiveness of the training. For example, and then the first one, the lecture, that's what I'm doing right now, is like only 5% of the knowledge will be transferred, so sorry for that. But if you try to map different resources on this pyramid, you can see that there are multiple options. Like there are a lot of pre-event sessions, documentation, courses on AWS Skill Builder, and so on. There is a FinOps certification from FinOps Foundation. You can consider having it. It's not very expensive. But the most important is practical experience. So if you want to familiarize yourself with cost monitoring, just go ahead, get the access to Cost Explorer, and just start building some reports and just looking into it, what is there, what is available. I think the most effective, the most valuable is if you establish the way how your team can exchange the knowledge with their colleagues. Like with different departments or maybe with different customers. So you can have like peer-to-peer events, mentoring, joining meetups and so on. So that would be the most effective part. So when your team is teaching each other, this is always the most effective way to familiarize with FinOps. And now, it may need some investment because to make sure that you are doing everything right or to increase your skills, you have to pay with your time into it. So if you are working with a team, with a FinOps team, make sure that they have some time for education. So they have that time that they can use to build their skills. Because advancement of your FinOps team will greatly benefit your company. All right, let's assume we already have the team. We already have some KPIs for them. How do we grow the impact of the team in the company? Let's look at the way how we can structure the team. And there are different roles. That's why basically I have named multiple positions. So there could be some people with the title like FinOps lead, FinOps manager, VP, director, whatever. It depends on your company structure. But the key here is on the middle level, where typically we see people from completely different aspects and skills. So there are people from finance, there are people from IT, maybe some financial analysts or data analysts, and there should not be a lot of those people, because one of the largest customers that I have with like multi-million operations, their FinOps team consists of 4 people. So it doesn't really matter of the size of the team. Of course, if your team will be super effective in cost savings, you can increase the team size. Perfect. But you won't be able to do it without the last person on this slide down there, without the executive champion. And this is the very important role. That's a person which is not actively part of your FinOps team, but instead is able to advocate for the team. So it may be a C-level, a CFO, or a director that can understand why FinOps is important and why the things that your team is doing is important. Without them, it will be hard to advocate for new tools, for hiring new people, and so on. So basically, it would be very good if you are able to find this sponsor. And as I said already, you don't have to hire this team or you don't have to build this team big at the beginning. You need to start small, and as soon as the team starts gaining traction, as soon as the team starts building something, you just continue and see if you need more people to increase the value of the value the team is delivering. Now, regarding the tools, we have a lot of tools, both by AWS and third party. I mean, AWS Cost Explorer is like the good, the bad, and the ugly in this world. So that's the only tool probably you cannot skip if you are really into the cloud costs. So you'd better familiarize yourself with it. Many of you have seen already the cost and usage reports and the dashboards that are using it to visualize it, like the Kudos dashboards. If you haven't seen them, just have a look. Essentially, it's a solution built by the AWS team that runs on your account, on your infrastructure, so it's not shared with anyone else. It builds a quick site dashboards for you, which easy visualize a lot of aspects of the cloud costs. And of course, the cost and usage reports themselves can be used to query them directly. So if you just keep the costs in your S3 bucket somewhere, you will be able to analyze them with some tool, with some application of your choice. But those are not the only ones that we have, because there are a lot of tools, and what we see that many companies build something by themselves. So that's what we call homegrown. With homegrown tools, it depends, because homegrown tools are usually the most effective for delivering business value, because they are able to prepare reporting or visualization or some cost controls exactly the way how your company likes it. But the problem with them is that they need to be supported. So as soon as you need some changes to it, you have to maintain the team that will be modifying these homegrown tools. And this can lead into a separate development project. So if your company is willing to have this team or to monitor and to manage and to upgrade these homegrown tools, fine. If not, you can have a look into third-party tools. I put a few on the slide, but there are many of them. Probably you won't find one tool that will satisfy all your requirements. So just try them out and find what works for you. Initially, when I was preparing those slides, I thought, what do I want to say about forecasting? Because with forecasts, usually it's a topic that people believe comes from the on-prem world. So you have to forecast capacity to be able to purchase servers, to purchase data center, racks, and so on. But we also need capacity in the cloud as well. So I wanted to put the different stages of forecasting in sort of crawl, walk, run pattern. So the crawl is the very simplest type of forecasting. Usually it's something that you perform centrally. It may be simple historical data analysis. So you just have the cloud spans, you see that the chart goes up, and you can guesstimate that it will be going up with the same pace. Of course, it is not perfect, but at least it is something. Because you have to have at least some forecasting to work with, because you need to later analyze how your actual cloud spend differs from your forecast to understand if you are within your expectations. But then, when you are already a little bit advanced with that, you can start doing more distributed forecasting, meaning that, for example, every team can build their own cloud spend forecast if they want, or even they can use some machine learning tools to do it. And here, the Pareto principle will help a lot, because the same 80 to 20 ratio usually shows that around 20% of the projects or the applications are responsible for 80% of the cloud spend. So those are the big chunks, and you can start with them. You don't necessarily have to prepare detailed forecasts for all your applications. Just start from the biggest ones, from the biggest spenders. And you don't have to do it all by yourself manually, because there are a lot of tools that can help you with some machine learning tools and some analytical tools to do that. And when you are evolving this forecasting, I think you cannot bypass the machine learning algorithms, because this is the way how you can adjust your forecast automatically and basically make sure they're automated and they are relevant to your daily operations. So you can even build in the optimization targets into those algorithms to show if you're actually moving to your goals or not. Then allocations. This is the topic that most CFOs like most of all, because allocations is how do you map your cloud spend to a specific team or to budget to do some profit and loss calculations or whatever you like. The main idea that I like to pursue is that you cannot, you don't necessarily have to have very detailed allocations, because the more detailed allocations become, the harder they are to make. So you need to stop your granularity of allocations on the level when it's enough for you to draw business conclusions. And usually, you should rely on automation for that. Here's where the tagging strategy is important. So the tags will help you do it. And at the same time, no allocation can be perfect, but consistency means more than accuracy. It is much more important to establish the consistent practice of cost control and cost allocation than perfecting it before launch. Because it's better to have more time for learning and more time for defining the best strategy than trying to polish it before launching into production. And one of our customers, for example, did it in a very simple way. They just took the names of the AWS accounts and mapped them to the names of the projects. It is very simple, no tags involved, but it already gave them something to work with. And when they had the next steering committee meeting, they just took the spend for the accounts and said, okay, this is project A, project B, project C. That was enough for that particular customer. And it's always, there's always a temptation to create the strict budget, to create the budget which will essentially limit the way how the teams can spend it. But I don't like this idea. I don't like to limit the teams. What I like is that when the budgets, so when the budget controls are used to gain insights into what teams are doing, to understand their priorities and to understand how they make the technical decisions. Because you can decide that specific database engine or specific size of the virtual machines can give you better performance and better business results in the end. But without budgeting, you will not be able to catch this idea if you're not monitoring your costs. All right, now let's talk about scaling. So how to scale the FinOps practices to the organization, especially if it's a big organization. Everybody loves cost optimizations, and sooner or later, I will see that, or you will see that the outside people will start asking, okay, FinOps guys, are you helping us to save some money? So there are different ways to start with them. I mean, I think you know all of them already, because I think everybody should be already aware about reserved instances, savings plans, and so on, and about the need to monitor over-provisioned resources to see if something is not right with that, and how to find the idle resources, unused resources, and so on. So those are really simple, not very hard to implement. Just start doing them. Start doing them now. And the best possible way to start doing this is to make sure that you have continuously monitoring of your cloud spend, because this monitoring will give you the way how to implement these cost optimizations, because you will not know that something is not optimized if you don't monitor it. That's why you need to also make sure that the teams that you are working with are optimizing the costs as a part of their daily work, or weekly work, or monthly work. Maybe it could be one of your sprint goals. It's up to you how to implement it. So reporting. You can define many different KPIs or metrics. I put a lot of them, just something that I took from the customer. So it doesn't mean that you have to implement all of them. What I like, for example, is cloud efficiency ratio, because it shows the ratio between cloud spend and revenue. It is not very precise in terms of the actual costs of systems, but it shows you, it's a health factor. It shows you if your cloud spend throughout the organization is healthy. Because if you are earning more money that you are spending on the infrastructure, it looks okay. If you're not, you have to fix something. And regarding the optimizations, a lot of those metrics are already built into CloudWatch or into Trusted Advisor. So you can just have a look into them and see if you just start using them because they are there already. The metrics are nothing without alerting on them. So having those metrics is fine, but it's even better to have some alerts on them. It doesn't mean that those alerts have to lead to some punishment or something else, but rather into gaining awareness that something isn't wrong. about the culture. When I start talking to a team or to a company about FinOps, I usually ask them some specific questions that you can ask your teams or your managers. Like, what is your approach to budgeting altogether? Who is responsible for the budgets? Like one of the best, for example, is what happens if the budget of the team isn't met, or the budget of the project isn't met? And the answers can be variable. For example, some people can say we will be fired, and other people say, okay, like we will have to explain it somehow, but it's going to be fine. And it gives you already a lot of insights into understanding how the cost culture works with this particular company. And given on these answers, you can do a lot of things that will help this company to transition to FinOps. Where I mentioned that before that communication is really important. I found this AIDA model, attention, interest, desired, action, and I put some ideas how you can utilize this model to foster the communication. And I think the most effective that I saw is related to gamifications. One of my customers has created like the set of dashboards for the teams. And those dashboards show the teams that have like the biggest cloud spend, or the lowest cloud spend, or the biggest cost ratio, lowest cost ratio, and they have some monthly drafts and like a lottery. So they issue prizes to the teams for being the most cost effective, and it gave the amazing results. So after adopting this project, this gamification, in half a year, in 6 months, they have managed to reduce their cloud spend to 40%, just because people were interested and people were actually competing with each other to optimize their infrastructure the most. It works pretty well. And it's like we all love that when someone is saying that we are doing things right. So if you will be considering gamification or some other ways to work with your teams to make sure that they work the right way, remember that you can not just financially appreciate those teams, but just some acknowledgements, some pat on the backs. These also work very well, because this helps people to understand that they're doing the right job. And we are here to make sure that the people are using the cloud as effective as possible. So we need to make sure that they are doing the right job in that. And now, I was thinking about some actual example of FinOps practices, and I thought, why not we show you how Amazon is doing it? Because Amazon is also a big AWS customer, and they actually are the customer, so they are paying for AWS. We are different companies, surprisingly, but let me tell you how Amazon does it. Amazon uses two metrics or two factors to understand how to rank the projects between each other. The first one, which I like most of all, is the cloud credit score. So cloud credit score, or I think you have heard that in the US you have the credit rating or credit score. Basically means how reliable you are. So the higher score you have, the better. So the credit score, how Amazon calculates it, is essentially measures how much you are wasting. So the percentage of the cloud cost waste versus total usage. And the whole idea is not just to have these CCS, but to use them in decision making. It means that you have to understand that the teams that, for example, they have 80 to 90% CCS, they automatically can launch their instances or new resources, and they can easily do, so they can do it unattended. But if your team's CCS score falls below 60%, for example, then they switch to manual approval. So every time when they need to launch new resources, they need to ask manual approval. No one wants it. That's why usually teams are working hard to optimize this CCS, ensuring they don't have cloud waste. And the second one is cloud cost to serve. Basically, cloud spent versus some business metric. Maybe revenue, maybe transaction price, and so on. And if you took both of them, put them on a chart, you have a chart like that, and you can move, and with cost optimizations, you can move the point on this chart, for example, backwards, by reducing cost of serve and by increasing the credit score. But okay, with this chart, you can easily help your teams to understand why modernization is needed. Because whereas just with cost optimizing of current system, you can just move your dot within this curve. But if you do some modernization, maybe with a different architecture approach and so on, you can move this cost basis altogether. So you can maybe reduce cost to serve dramatically with maybe some little bit lower credit score. So that's the thing that the teams are doing regularly. So they have like monthly or bi-monthly meetings where they discuss modernization opportunities, if they can use some new approach, some new technology to reduce the costs. And then this approach helps them to also prioritize the tasks, because it looks similar to your like SWOT analysis or decision metrics. And so what they do is they map the projects or the features of the project with the expected financial outcome. So the bigger the dot, the more we believe that this feature will increase sales or increase the business metric. And by mapping them into these cost to serve and credit score metrics, you can easily find what is your priority. For example, here, the priority segment is on the top left with the highest credit score and the lowest cost to serve. So these things usually you should do first. And this approach has helped the teams to build this cost culture into the IT decision making, into the technical decision making, because they just use this approach during the planning already. And then they're used to understanding how much their infrastructure costs and how much the projects will cost. So we have talked a little bit about skill set, mindset, and tool set in this presentation. I have gathered the tips from all the slides onto one, so if you want to, take a picture of those, or I think we will be sharing the slides anyway, right? So not a big deal. Okay. We have a lot of resources to learn about cloud cost management. There is an assessment from AWS. You can reach out to your AWS teams, and they can help you to make this assessment for you. Some teams or some companies do it like every year, for example. It's a set of questionnaires that can help to understand their average financial health. And in general, please reach out to us. Please reach out to your AWS teams to help you with FinOps as well. We can make workshops, we can make reviews, we can help you. We can help you building your FinOps strategy. Thank you very much. And if you will spend 10 seconds of your time, could you please fill in the survey? Just scan the QR code, please.
All right, let's take some questions. Yes.
So I have a question from the best practices that you probably have seen from your customers. Who should be the sponsor of the FinOps team? And you mentioned the sponsor champion or some that should be driving this team. And so what is the best practice? Should it be IT, finance, or operations, or what is the?
All right. So the executive sponsor is not driving the team. So this person doesn't manage the team themselves. So there are different people that lead the team, but the executive sponsor is the person that gains the most benefits of what FinOps is doing. And it could be like chief of engineering or the IT director, for example, which is which is reporting to business on the cloud spend, on the ways how much the projects that he's running on the cloud cost. Because the usual developers, IT teams, they don't report on the cost, but he does. So a person like that, VP of engineering, usually is the person that should be pretty interested in FinOps if you explain it to them.
Okay, and another question, if I may. Should this team be full-time into the FinOps, or is it better to be part-time FinOps and partially involved in other jobs?
Well, first of all, you always start small. And starting small meaning that no full-time people. From my experience, it's pretty hard to advocate for a full-time team because the full-time FinOps team is needed usually. So at least the customers believe that the full-time FinOps team is needed when we have a lot of problems with the cloud costs. It's like, I don't know, full-time fireman. Yeah. Because if you have constant fires, you have full-time fire team. But if the fires are gone, you start thinking that you are spending too much for them. That's why I would advise that the people that are doing this initially start within their own teams, and they're like and they gain new responsibilities. Maybe they like part-time joining the FinOps team, part-time separately, part-time doing the original parts. Because I have the customer that has a dedicated team, but this team is actually grown from BI team. So they are not just doing FinOps in terms of forecasting and financial reporting, but also they do a lot of analysis on the effectiveness of the cloud spend. So this can work.
And the forecasting itself is done by the FinOps team or the product teams?
If you remember this, like crawl, walk, run. So the first version is usually done centrally. Because if you have nothing, then you just go to your main account and make a forecast on the bill of the whole organization. But the target is that the forecasting should go down to the product teams.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay. Yes, there.
A question about cost allocation for shared resources. So who should be responsible for costs, like for data transfer, and how to allocate these costs fairly?
That's a good one. There is no good answer to that question. Of course, what I like to advise to the customer is that the more separation you have, the better. So if you can separate your projects that generate data transfer costs into a separate AWS account, this would help. Because at least on the account level, you can separate the data transfer. But you cannot achieve 100% accountability. So you never will be able to assign all cloud costs to a specific project or the team. That's why there should be like a catch-all or the default team that will be, and usually this is infrastructure team, that will be bearing these costs. I mean, it depends on the company structure, of course. And there are different technologies that help to work on that, because there are already some tools that try to monitor the network usage of the Kubernetes pods and record them to be able, but to my personal opinion, this is too detailed. So you can separate big parts of infrastructure onto AWS accounts, and this will help you to assign the network spend, for example, to accounts. But if you would like to count every byte, I think it's too much.
Thank you.
Okay, any other hands? All right, I don't see them. Okay, Igor Ivanyuk.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so we are quickly coming to the very last talks in our three stages, three tracks, I mean. So the next and final one on this track by Alexander Bernatsky, he will be talking about the generative AI and how to do it with Bedrock. Please welcome.
Oh, good. Hi, everyone. My name is Alex. You can call me Sasha if you want to, and I'm just one more guy from AWS. And a little story to melt the ice in the beginning. So yesterday, we were sitting with all the awesome guys and ladies from the user group, from our speakers, in the restaurant, eating amazing Uzbek food. And we had a rule that those who said the word AI should drink shot of vodka. And everybody was super attentive to this one, and nobody said AI, nobody drank vodka in the end of the time. But today, I just have to say to you lots of AI word. And probably, if we still have this rule active, I don't know, tonight I will be deadly drunk. Then straight to the action. Amazon Bedrock, that's relatively new service from Amazon, which was introduced less than a year ago, I think. That's super easy to remember, specifically for those of you who like to sleep. It's a bedrock. And what's that in a really simple words? It's a managed library of Gen AI models from Amazon and from our partners. And what does managed mean? Managed mean that these models are already hosted on AWS infrastructure. It's hosted in a highly available way with monitoring, with certain performance SLA, with the security in place. And basically, everything that customer that you need to do is to select the region, select the model, decide whether the model works good from out of the box or not, then customize it if needed, set the expected performance level, and call the API, and then that's it. It just works. Speaking about the list of the models which exist in the Bedrock, that's first of all models from Amazon. That's the Titan family. I'll show you separate slides for this one. And that's the models from a number of our partners, and it's even open source model because basically Llama is the open source. Most of them are text-to-text model, but there's also a model from different modality, let's say Stability AI, famous for stable diffusion. That's text-to-image, image-to-image model. That's also Titan image generator for work with the image. You see that different models have different, let's say, properties. They are good for different use cases. And I would like specifically to talk with you about two families, two different kind of models, let's call it this way. First of them is the Claude family from our partner Anthropic. And why I decided to speak about Anthropic and the Claude. First of all, because Amazon believes in Anthropic. We heavily invest in the company. We help them to produce the newer generation of the model. And another thing that we do lots of Gen AI stuff in the region with companies from Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, and basically some other countries from the region as well. And one of the major questions which we have all the time is support of the local language, support of Kazakh language, Uzbek language, and all the others. And the Claude family, so far, the only family model which support local languages. Frankly speaking, I haven't tried Llama 3 yet because it's relatively new. Llama 2 failed with, let's say, Kazakh language. But Claude, definitely good at this one. I'll show you an example later with the Uzbek language. And as you can see, there are three different, let's call it types of flavors of the Claude 3 model. Based on the intelligence of the model, Haiku, Sonnet, and Opus. Haiku is, let's call it the least intelligent model, if the model can be least intelligent comparing to myself, for example. Yeah, and it's good for some lightweight cases. Let's say text to SQL, perfect case for the high code. It answers you quickly, and text to SQL, not something super complicated. Sonnet, that's somehow intermediate model, good for open-ended questions, good for non-enterprise grade chatbots. And the Opus, the largest one, the most, let's say, tough and knowledgeable. So that's definitely a choice for the big enterprises when you want to build your awesome chatbot. Another family which I would like to talk about, another model types is the, something happened, yeah. Another model family is the Titan. That's quite obvious why I talk about it, because it's from Amazon. And as you can see here, we have 6 different models. First one, which has word embeddings in the end, that's a special type of the models, which basically do one thing. It takes the model and then transforms it into vector. Vector, if you remember from lineage algebra, that's the kind of row of numbers. And then you put this vector in the vector database, like OpenSearch, for example, and then you can do a vector search based on the similarity of the vectors. And that's one heavily used in a technique called RAG. I'll talk about it later. Then we have Titan text in a different variations. That's pretty much similar to the Claude, from least intelligent to the most intelligent model. Quite obvious that least intelligent is light, and the smartest one is premium. Then we have multi-model embeddings. That's also embeddings model, but some little bit more complicated cases for search, recommendations, personalization. And in the end, image generator, that's the image to image, text to image model, which works with images. But what if you and your business somehow not satisfied with the model behavior, with the model answers out of the box? Then you can do something with this one. And the most simplest thing which you can do with the model if you're not satisfied, you can play with prompt. And most of the people think that prompt is super easy stuff. Oh, we just change the ordering of the words, for example, and then it works, so we change the words. But in fact, it may be complicated because different models requires different prompt technique, and quite often models are even sensible for the ordering. If you put a context in the beginning of the question, if you put a context in the end of the question, and properly set it prompt, can dramatically change the performance of the model based on my experience and based on experience which I heard from other people. Then, if the prompt engineering doesn't work for you, you can do retrieval augmentation generation, or so-called RAG. More about it on the next slide. And you can also tune your model. And when we're talking about the tuning and the Bedrock, and when I say tuning, I don't mean to train the model completely from scratch. That's too difficult, too heavy, too expensive. We're talking about tuning. And for the tuning, we have 2 types of technique. One we called fine-tuning, and another one we called continued pre-training. Within a couple of slides, you know more. So retrieval, so RAG, how it works. It's all about putting more context in your prompt. Of course, you can write a really long prompt and type everything by your hands, but it's just not effective. The more effective thing is to create knowledge base, put everything in the vector database, use embedding model, just like I told you minutes ago. And then, based on your prompt engine of the Bedrock, your code can go to a knowledge database and then pull from this knowledge base something very similar to your initial prompt and enrich your prompt, kind of augment your prompt, and then push this prompt with additional context from the knowledge base to the model, and the model will know more about something you would like to let it know. And the good thing that in the Bedrock, it's implemented in a quite easy way. You don't have to go explicitly and create your knowledge to create a vector database, let's say OpenSearch or whatever vector database you would like to use, and then integrate it with your model. With the Bedrock, it's all implemented that you just use the implicit Bedrock functionality. You just create the knowledge base within the Bedrock. You can do it through the Web Console. You can do it using the API. And then Bedrock does all the heavy lifting for you. it offers you to use OpenSearch Serverless as a default option for the knowledge base. So you kind of first put the data in S3, let's say, then go to the Bedrock, say I would like to create a knowledge base. Bedrock will create the OpenSearch Serverless instance for you. Then connect this OpenSearch Serverless instance to your data in S3 and to your model in the Bedrock. And it's all done almost automatically. You just need to properly set up the certain parameters to let it work. But if you'd like to use some custom database, not OpenSearch, let's say any other, that's also possible to integrate it with a Bedrock. That just will be a little bit more complicated. If RAC doesn't help you, or help you but not completely, and you still would like to fine-tune your model, then you'll have an option. First option, fine-tuning, another one, continued pre-training. You already knew it. And what's the difference? In fine-tuning, as a training data set, you use already, let's say, labeled data set. Let me give you an example for the better explanation. Let's say our customer is bank, and bank would like to classify service claims, or maybe classify calls from the call center, and they first transfer speech to text, and then would like to classify it based on the product classifier. And definitely model out of the box doesn't know about the product classifier, product catalog for the specific bank. And in order to let the model know about the product catalog, in order to let the model map certain, let's say, service claims to a certain product, you just push into the product, you just push into the model your data set when you explicitly mark that that's the name of this product, that's the name of that model, so on and so forth. And by this one, you're kind of train your model for a very specific task you would like this model to do. In our case, that was a classification. Another story, when you don't want a model to be trained for a specific task, you just want the model to know more about certain domain. Again, it may be product catalog with a product description. And you don't want to use it for the classification, you just want to make the model answers more consistent to raise the accuracy in a specific domain. In this case, you can give the model just a plain text without any labeling. It may be just a PDF file. You use it, model kind of read it and educate itself in this domain. And that's what we call continuous pre-training. Even more what you can do with the Bedrock, because initially when we think about the Gen AI models, initially when we think about chatbots, we think that it's a source of information. We ask something from the model and then model gives us answer. But it's not everything which you can do with your, let's say, chatbots or with your models. Using the Bedrock, you can transform your model not only to the source of info, but also to a certain, let's say, operator, to a certain kind of robot, which can do actions for you. And for, and for this one, you can use the agents from the Bedrock. What is agent? The idea of each agent is pretty simple. So it's a special functionality within a Bedrock which connects your model to Lambdas. Do you know about Lambdas? Lambdas is a service. Yeah, I know that you know Lambdas. You won the last game day. Oh, the previous game day was Lambdas. Cheers. So the Lambdas, that's the service in Amazon which allows you to run your code without any kind of heavy lifting for managing hardware, operational system. You just put the code and it just works. And this code can be literally everything. It means that your model can be connected to any kind of a logic. You just need to link certain prompts you push into the model to the certain type of actions. Example, again, from financial area. Let's say I have a chatbot and the customer using this chatbot to make a consultation to gain some info about mortgage. And after the customer received all the necessary information about the mortgage, he or she would like to get a call back from the manager from the bank. And using the chatbot, customer can just type in, call me back this date, this time, for example. And the agent linked to the model can go to a CRM system or whatever the customer uses as the working space for the manager and create a task here for the person. Person will see this task assigned to him and call the customer back. That's just one example for the agents. Even more. And this problem, which I will tell to you in a second, is quite, let's say, critical and popular. And I think most of you, at least once, heard about this one. That's when the company deployed a chatbot or model, whatever, and this chatbot start to act rude, start to blame people, start to use explicit words, start to tell about, I don't know, violence, way of suicide, whatever. That's some critical example. It may be not so critical. Let's say most of the banks don't want chatbots to make investment advisement because it's too risky. And to limit the model output, typically customers would like to use certain filtering, or how we call it, guardrails. That's the special functionality within the Bedrock, which allows you to put content filters, stop words, stop topics, regular expression filtering on top of the model response. And by this, you ensure that the model behaves as it should without mentioning any kind of restricted or explicit topics. And continue on the topic of the security, which we started with the guardrails. Of course, that's super critical for the customers to keep their data safe, because data, as you heard many, many times, that's the main asset of the company. And I think you heard it already from the scene today from my colleague Anton, that we don't use your data, customer data, for training our model. And that's valid for any model in the Bedrock. Whatever you put in the Bedrock, we do not use it for model training, except you would like to make it use it to create the custom model using fine-tuning or pre-training, as you already knew. But without your approval, that's not going to happen. Of course, Bedrock doesn't operate in a vacuum, in some empty space. It's fitted into AWS infrastructure in terms of network, in terms of security. It means that you can create secure Bedrock endpoints. You can provide access to certain people to a Bedrock, even to certain people to a certain model in the Bedrock. You can encrypt the data. You can encrypt even the model. And Bedrock also certified by all these honorable institutes mentioned in the below of my slide. And I think that was a little bit boring, right? To show you the slides about all this awesome service and GenAI capabilities. Let's watch something more funny. First of all, a little bit of architecture diagramming, architecture approach. First one, super easy one, when you just decide to use the model as it is, without any tricky technique, like fine-tuning, without chatbots, with the context, without retrieval augmentation. Just the plain call to the model, you just call it and you just return. Really good if you just would like to try. You never tried the Bedrock, you never tried, let's say, Cloud model, and you would like to have a taste how it is. So you can read about the API and do the API call in Python, let's say, pretty easy. But you can also use the UI, which we embed into Web Console. Just be aware, it's not for free, even if you use, we call it Playground in the console, you'll still be charged for the model usage. That's the video. I'll click play for the video. Unfortunately, I can set it to pause because I'm using clicker. So it will be maybe too fast, and you should be attentive if you want to. So that's the playground. That's the list of the libraries in the playground. And I will pick the Anthropic middle one, Claude 3 Sonnet. And here, as you can see, that's the chat playground. You can type something into interaction window. You can even play a little bit with the parameter of the model. Temperature, top P, top K, that's the parameter which adjusts the randomness of the answer of the model. And I asked the model, what are the most important dates in the history of Uzbekistan? Up to you to judge how model is relevant. I'm not the one to judge it. But at least it answers something relevant.
Looks pretty accurate.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot. And then in Russian, those of you who understand Russian can also check this out. I think that's pretty much the same that it was in English. And now deadly trick. I apologize, I don't know Uzbek, that's why I had to use Amazon Translate. By the way, we have a service called Amazon Translate, if you didn't know before. And I'll translate the same into Uzbek and put the Uzbek question in the chat playground. So, yep, it's typing quite fast, but if you read fast, let me know how it is.
Can confirm.
Yeah, agree? Good? Okay. And it's also can remember the context. It can support the conversation, not only in English, not only in Russian, but also in Uzbek. I'll ask more. I'd like to know more about Amir Timur. And then the model will tell me more about Amir Timur. So you see, that's not only about IT now, it's also about history. We are super useful in our sessions. And remember, I told you that most of our models is text-to-text modality, but Claude, specifically Claude, and some other models can work with images as well. And now I will put an image in the prompt. That's the photo of the summer camp. Yeah, that's the summer camp. And I will ask the model, this time in English, what's that? What's on the picture? Yeah, and it says that it's mausoleum in Samarkand, and I suppose that is right. True? Good. So, and that's the playground which is available to all of you who have access to the Web Council. You can just open it. Bedrock is not available in every region, but if you pick, let's say, Oregon or West Virginia or Paris, you can go and play a little bit. Just remember that it's not for free. You saw the prices on the slide for about the Claude. It's something like less than 1.5 cents, if I remember correctly, for a single call of Opus. With the Sonnet, it's slightly cheaper. Yeah, going further. If you decide to create a chatbot, then you will need a slightly more complicated architecture rather than just a plain call. So first, you need a Bedrock itself. You choose the model in a Bedrock. Then you need to prepare your documents. On the upper right corner, you put the document somewhere, let's say in the S3. Then you go back to the Bedrock and say, I want to create my knowledge base. I would like to create the knowledge base using the embedding model. Then you choose the embedding model. Embedding model transforms your text and the documents into vectors and then put it into the knowledge base. And then you just need to write down the logic of your chatbot. Typically, when the customers write the chatbot, they would like to create the chatbot which remembers the history of interactions, which do not lose the context. And for this one, kind of industry standard is the LangChain library in the Python. I'll show you code examples somehow later. And this logic using the LangChain looks into the model connected with the knowledge base. And when you type something in the chatbot window, then it goes through the API to the model. Then it's enriched with the context from the knowledge base, and then return all the answers with a history of your interactions. And it worked somehow like this. So as the knowledge base here, I used a letter to stakeholders from the last year from our CEO, Andy Jassy. And obviously, that's Claude 3 as well. Claude 3 out of the box doesn't know who is CEO of Amazon. This model knows it from the knowledge base, which I provided to the model. I asked when did he start. In the letter, there is no date when Andy Jassy started to serve as the CEO, so the model answers that, well, I have no idea. Basically, that's the answer. And the next question is, what is our generative AI strategy? You see it started thinking. It works a little bit longer than before, but still, and there is also a possibility to change the behavior of how the model provides you the answer. It can stream the answer. Remember, in the previous video, the answer was shown row by row, and in this time it was shown as like a whole chunk of text. Oh, I apologize. I skipped it a little bit. Okay, then let's go to the next slide. So the next case is when you would like to use the agent. So we kind of raise the complexity here. You would like to create not only a chatbot for the data, you also would like to create some kind of operational chatbot. So here you need a Bedrock, you need an agent in a Bedrock, and you need a Lambda which can do certain stuff. You can use the Lambda to look into knowledge base. That's the most, let's say, obvious option. Then you can use Lambda to do some calculation, or you can use the Lambda and the agent connected to the Lambda to be integrated with your internal IT systems, which may be hosted even on premise. And then based on the prompt in a chatbot, you decide what the agent will do and when. And that's the example. The example here is about investments advice chatbot. So I use a database here as well. I put it into vector database as a rack. And the data in this database is the data from agency. That's the American agency which look after stock market and the data about stock market situation. So, and first thing that I ask for model to do is to just, sorry. Sorry. First thing. Yeah. First thing that I ask chatbot to do is to provide me a kind of summary of what's going on the market currently. It goes to the knowledge base using Lambda. First of all, it calls the Lambda, then it goes to the knowledge base and provide me reply. On the left, you can see a trace, what it's doing during the call. The call itself, quite, I would say, reasonable, at least as far as I can understand it. And if you need to debug it, you can look through the trace, or you can hide the trace, of course, if you don't need it in your UI. And then I will ask the chatbot to create the portfolio, kind of investment portfolio, what companies are good enough to be invested in. That's another action for the agent, and it creates the portfolio. That's the next answer. And the next thing, I ask the bot to take the summary and to take the portfolio and to put all of this into email and send it to my email address. That's what I ask it to do. And then it will send it to my email, and just example what it can do. Okay. And and then I will show you how it's realized, how it's implemented in a console. And from model perspective, that's also Claude 3. Here basically I can use any other model, text-to-text model, because it's English, and it's pretty easy task. So yeah, that's it. And how it's done in a web console. So that's the web console in the Bedrock. You go to a knowledge base. I already skipped the step when I put the data into the S3. So data already in the S3. So that's the data source when the data is. And the database is Amazon OpenSearch Serverless. And I did it all completely through the UI console. Of course, you can do it through the API. But in my case, for visual purposes, that's in the console. That's the agent. You can check what agent doing by looking into the action group. Action group, that's basically what agent can do. And in agent group, you have a link to your Lambda. And then it's interesting to look into Lambda. This JSON, that's the schema, how your agent interacts with Lambda. That's input and output parameters, which you describe in this way, using the JSON schema. And then I'll show you the Lambda code. But it's super easy, super straightforward. To be honest, nothing specific there. I just want to show you that you don't need to know something super specific to use agents in a Bedrock. That's the code source for this one. First of all, I have some little synthetic database with implicit, that's not even a database, it's just the strings implicit in Lambda code. And here we have, for each of 3 methods for my agent, I have a method to get the data from knowledge base, create the portfolio, and send the email. And for all 3 of them, I had a procedure in Lambda. That's it. As you can see, nothing super complicated. Another example. I don't have any more architecture diagrams but I have some more fancy use cases, this time about images. And this one may be particularly interested for those who work in marketing, in content creation, and in retail business. So what's the idea? You have a picture, and you would like to change something on the picture, but not the whole picture completely, but some parts of this picture. And you can use the technique which we call image masking. You can put a mask, this figures, black figures on the video, that's the mask which I use. You can use the mask, or you can use just normal text prompt. Of course, there are certain requirements how this mask should be created. It should be the same resolution as the original image. It should have the certain, let's say, image format, but that's still manageable to do. And then you have an option what kind of changes to image you would like to do. You can do in-painting or out-painting. You'll understand the difference in a second. And then I just describe what exactly I'd like to do with the image. I put a mask on the image for the picture and for this, whatever it's called in English, chair. In Russian, we have a word taburetka, so chair. And it should be a picture of sunset and a nice kitty instead of chair. And that's the Titan image generator. And that's the in-painting. And for the out-painting, I'll ask the model to change the background. Instead of this boring table, I'll ask to replace it with a nice, cozy room with fireplace. By the way, all the UI which you see now, it's kind of custom, super easy UI made in a Streamlit. Streamlit, that's the popular Python library. And the goal of the demo, not to show you some fancy UI, just for the demonstration purposes. So that's the in-painting, out-painting. And one more example, let's say you don't want to create these masks. That's too complicated for you. These rectangles, some other freaky figures. You just would like to type in and set to model. I would like to replace this object to this one. And you basically can do this. So I just type in object to keep car. And I would like to put this car on the mountain road. And you, as you can see, you also have some kind of a switcher here, operating mode, default and the precise, quite interesting one. If you choose a default, then the model will try to do a little bit additional drawing to more organically embed your object into new picture. Let's say if you have flowers in the vase and you pick the default, then the model will draw additional flowers to make it more as the model thinks beautier. But if you pick the precise, then no changes to original object, just as it is into new background. And with the mountains, it looks quite good, I think. You may have impression now that all these use cases are quite far from real productional usage. And that's more like marketing materials to be presented on the stage, but actually not. You're wrong. And I have a short video from, let's skip this part. I have a short video from Amazon Ads, because Amazon Ads, that's our branch, which works with a customer who needs some help with advertisements from Amazon, retail Amazon, first of all. And they implemented same goal, same, let's say, thing with outpainting and make it available for external customers. And you can see how it works. And the video also has a little bit of music. I know that you were sitting for the whole day, so you can move your body a little bit if you want to. So. that's how it's done in Amazon Ads. And you can do the same thing for your business as well. And last but not least, if you would like to try all these use cases, most of these use cases by yourself, and you would like to get a code examples and step-by-step instructions, follow this QR code, and it leads to a workshop with step-by-step instructions, as I said, and the code examples as well. You can do it in your own accounts. It shouldn't be too expensive for you. And if you think that's interesting, I encourage you to try. From my side, that's it. I'm more than happy. Thank you. I'm more than happy to answer your questions now, and please do not leave the room immediately because we have a quiz after this one, which is more interesting.
Okay, so let's start from this row.
Thanks for your presentation. It was interesting. So my first question is, I have probably 2 or more questions. The first question is that you said that most of the models are text-to-text, but Claude can take an input as an image. Yes, so what about the output? Can we generate some text with an image using one of the models?
Let me rephrase the question. You would like to put the image in the model and then get a description of the image?
Just a prompt, like saying, I want something, something, and it gives kind of a post with an image and the text, relevant text.
To convert text to image, you can use, first of all, Stability AI family. That's the well-known Stability Diffusion model. I think the most popular now called Stable Diffusion XL, SDXL. And it works perfectly fine with this type of task you're interested in. Or you can use Titan Image Generator. I encourage you to test both and decide which works better for you.
I meant more about text plus an image. So it's like if you can...
To get together.
Yeah.
Still possible with the Claude. Let's say you can do a combined prompt, text, and image. That's what I show you, by the way, in the demo, because I put the photo and then asked what's on the photo.
Yeah,
that's also possible. And even further, that's even possible to put the architecture diagram in the model. And most probably, it will correctly identify the architecture structure and give you a text definition what's going on in this architecture diagram.
Okay, and the second question is probably under the hood, when you enter some text in Kazakh or Uzbek, probably it's using some kind of translational tool.
No.
So the cost is for English and Kazakh, Uzbek is the same?
That's the same, but cost actually depends on the number of tokens. And Claude, I showed you the Claude. Claude is Claude pricing based on the price for 1,000 input and output tokens. And the thing is that tokenizer, that's something which splits your prompt into tokens, is completely confidential in case of the Anthropic. And they do not share it with us. And for the simplicity, we just think that one word is one topic. But how it works from deep inside, nobody knows except Anthropic.
But Turkic languages are agglutinative, so one word can mean like several words in English. So do you mean that Kazakh or Uzbek words?
But the price doesn't depend on the language. Okay. It's the same. It's only based on number of tokens.
Thanks.
Thank you for the presentation. My first question is about embeddings. Is it the same for all models, or should we use specific embeddings for specific models?
There is no such restrictions that if, let's say, you decide to use Claude for question answering, then you need to use this special embedding model. You can use Titan embedding, you can use Cohere embedding, whatever works better for you for your use case.
Okay, I got it. So second question is about, you mentioned prompt engineering, RAG, fine-tuning, but is it possible to do adapt learning? I mean, add warper weights, and we don't touch LLM models, but add more weights and that kind of do our task for specific case.
That's also possible. Changing the weights is the part of fine-tuning and continuous pre-training. It's just kind of hidden inside. When you set up the training job, you provide a new training data set, and then you can adjust the weights a little bit. as well. But and also, if you say would like to train your model completely from scratch, or you would like to change the weights and do not provide your training data set, you can use a different service from Amazon. It's called SageMaker, which allows you to do the full cycle data science job.
Mm-hmm. And the third question is about vector database. Should we use specific one, or we can have options there?
I would personally recommend open source serverless because it just saves your time in terms of integration, but apart from this, any.
Okay, last question is about quantization. Is it possible in Bedrock?
Sorry, what's possible?
Quantization. I mean, if it's 32 float, we convert it to 16 float, and I mean, it would be.
I think no. At least I never did it before.
Okay.
I never heard about it.
Thank you.
Thanks for the talk. Small question about security. You mentioned for fine-tuning and for continuous learning, it's data not so secure because they're stored in Amazon, but as I understand, they're under control of my account still, so it's not shared with other accounts, right?
Exactly. So let me repeat this part. When you use your data for just prompting, no matter how you use it, you put it into initial prompt or you put it into knowledge database, this data is not used for training purposes to improve the quality of the model out of the box. But if you decide to create the custom entity of the model, then you can initiate the training job, no matter which one, fine-tuning or pre-training, continuous pre-training. Then you kind of explicitly provide the data for the training job, and it is used for the training, but to train and to improve the quality only of your personal private instance of the model.
Thanks.
All right, any other questions? No? One last? Okay. Yes, please.
So out of the box, I'm not a prompt engineer or something, just back in there. So I just wanted to ask, can it give like right answers to mathematical questions like 1 + 1 or 2 multiplied by 2? Might be a silly question.
That's super funny
because
question.
ChatGPT doesn't know it.
I can answer your question because I have personal experience. My older son, he's in 4th grade right now in a German school. And I'd like to train him additionally in certain mathematician equations. And I was too lazy to write them down by myself, so I asked Claude to write them down, and then, of course, to provide the answers. And basically, my son was better than the Claude.
Hi. What's the future of Amazon Bedrock? Is there any enhancements we can expect to see? It's like spoiler, but if it's okay for you.
The thing is that we do not speak about roadmap publicly. So there is the roadmap and the whole product managers team. And I think the future of the Bedrock as bright as possible because company heavily invest in it, and I see that every month there is new model coming into the library. Let's say last month it was Llama 3, the months before it was Claude 3. We have several new features introduced this month as well, that's so-called Bedrock Studio to simplify developer experience when they try to create a Gen AI app from the model. So that's pretty intense and continuous development, but what's exactly awaiting us ahead, I just cannot share because it's confidential.
Okay, well, Alexander Bernatsky, please. Yeah. Thank you. All right, so this was our last talk on this track, but so other tracks are also finishing up their talks. We will wait for others and we will start our quiz. So this will be, as we call it, that's the grand quiz because We have a lot of goods that we are playing out, so including AWS credits, Mirror subscription. It's not a subscription, but it's technically like a free trial that you can do. And also JetBrain subscription plan. By the way, Alexander, what was the best question? The mathematical equations. That one? All right. Okay. So you get 1 full year of subscription for JetBrains. All right. So can we get a music or something? Or yes. Would you like to choose another one, Alexander? Or do you have someone who wants to? Yeah, I mean, you definitely can. I mean, it's still yours. You decide. We will give it to you shortly. Okay, so can we? I know, Tazик, я знаю, что ты где-то там вроде. Can we get a music, or if you're playing a Kahoot, can we get a Kahoot music? Boombox or beatbox or whatever. I can't do it. Yes, promos. Let's do it. Okay, so we will be waiting for others, and I believe we will start shortly. We just need, we just did the post, so hopefully others will join. Can we get a light on us?
Why Uzbekistan is the best choice for growing your business.
While others are joining us.
Strategically located in Central Asia, connecting Europe and Asia, Uzbekistan offers access to regional markets. We have an ancient and unique history, the birthplace of the algorithm that laid the foundation for information technology. With over 36 million people, 60% under 30, Uzbekistan has a tech-savvy, multilingual workforce with a remarkable 99.99% literacy rate. More than 125,000 university graduates annually contribute to the country's innovation. Full government's digitalization eliminated 132 procedures, enabling new center Enterprise Uzbekistan with special legal rules. In the tech scene, Uzbekistan shines with over 450 foreign capital companies, $344 million in IT exports, over 1,800 tech enterprises, and $1 billion IT market. Uzbekistan ranks as the 4th most affordable and 9th safest option globally.
Branded T-shirts. All right.
Uzbekistan offers easy international access.
I mean,
with
we
flights and
probably
visa-free
ran out
entry
of
to
T-shirts.
over 90 countries, along with free offices for up to 1 year and simplified procedures for ITS companies.
Moreover, incentives like 0% tax are offered.
Experience modern infrastructure and 24/7 offices in every region. Beyond business, savor over 100 different dishes in Uzbekistan's delicious cuisine. Discover historical treasures like Bukhara, Khiva, and Samarkand. Enjoy shopping malls, cozy parks, and amazing entertainment. Immerse yourself in vibrant nightlife with bars, clubs, and restaurants. Uncover the wonders of Uzbekistan through the IT Visa Relocation Program. Explore the amazing nature with mountains, rivers, lakes, waterfalls, and even deserts. Uzbekistan, crafting the world's finest conditions for offshore outsourcing. Outsource with confidence. Choose Uzbekistan. Grow your business with us.
All right, raise your hand if you are still connecting. All right, about half. Okay, so let's wait for others. Can we get the music? I mean, the Kahoot's music. It's just way better. All right, so. Of course, we will not be doing questions on all talks. I mean, we will not be doing any questions on any talks. So we have collected questions on, guess what, AWS, right? So the questions are ranging from like a novice level all the way up to advanced and expert. So I don't think that there will be some questions that our architects can't answer, but you guys are also playing for the... Okay. All right. What's that? Tazik, Ahmed, Sergey. I'm not playing. Alvarez. IDK, I don't know. I like the one with the smile. Some familiar names. Okay, still connecting. Raise your hand. Once again. All right, couple of people. All right, let's give some more time, and then we will start. Okay, so who actually made it to 2 sessions? Raise your hand. Who actually made it to 2 sessions? 2 sessions? Cool. All right, 3 sessions. Okay, a bunch of different. All right, 4 sessions.
That's our hero. All right. Okay. Well, cool. That's actually really impressive. All right. So we have 61, 62, 63 people who have connected. We still have some people who are connecting. Who are we waiting for? Raise your hand. Connecting, downloading. Okay, we're still downloading. All right, yes, we will give you some time. I hope we don't have any other people who are left behind on other tracks. Cool hacker, Dilmurat, Mike. Okay, ready? Are we ready? Yay! All right, okay, so let's get started. Dazik, please let the game begin. The first question. 3, 2, 1. Are we going to trials? Oh, no. Okay, so this won't be assessed, all right? So you just have to find the yellow circle. The yellow circle. These are just, so these are the types of questions that we will be getting. I hope you will be able to find the yellow circle. All right, so some people couldn't find the yellow circle, but I mean, I understand. It's almost 6 p.m. and it's Sunday. Multi-select. All right, so we will be also doing the multi-select questions, and this is also trial. Pick red triangle and green square. That's tough. All right, green triangle, the red triangle and green square. What's that? Okay, well, that happens. All right, so as you can see, so this should be it for the, here we go, the actual questions. Which service is used to launch virtual servers on AWS? This is a multiple choice question, I believe. Just a single? Okay, so my bad, sorry, just a single. Okay, so which service is used to launch virtual servers? You will be also given bonus points for the speed, all right? So take that as well. EC2. All right, so far Handamir is leading. Andrei and Pico are after him. Which service is primarily used for storing objects? This is a single choice question. What we use to store objects in AWS. Okay, it was S3, not a cloud for, I mean, technically you can do it, but it's just a serving it. Not a Lambda, of course, and not an EC2, that would be an overkill. All right, let's go next. Okay, well, Igor. Okay, so Igor is making his way upwards. Sandamir is still leading, and Pico is third. What's the main function of AWS Lambda? Okay, hosting virtual servers, object storage, data warehousing, running code without provisioning. What do we do with AWS Lambda? What do we use it for? Okay, so that's what we use it for. We just run the code without provisioning servers. That's not all about Lambda. Okay, Arman. Arman is second, and Igor is first. Igor, do you really want a swag or something? Come on. Okay, next question. Which service is used for content delivery and caching? Redshift, EC2, Lightsail, or CloudFront? Okay, what do we use for content delivery? I believe we have 67 answers. Yes, that's the one, CloudFront. That's what we use for delivery and caching. Okay, Jushkunbek is coming upwards. Arman is second, and Igor is first. I know. I know, Igor. We all want certification. Which services are used to run clusters of containerized applications? Which services? So it should be multiple choice, right? Okay, everyone has answered. Okay, so it was ECS and EKS. All right, let's check the leaderboard. Arman, okay, Arman is first, Igor is second, Andrei is taking third so far. Let's move on. What does S3 stand for? Simple storage service, simple service, simple secure service, secure state service. Come on. Are we gonna get any more difficult questions? Okay, of course, it was simple storage service. All right, the leaderboard. Igor is first still. Arman and Jushkanbek are following him. Which service is used to create isolated networks within AWS? Come on, this is just I think this is a warm-up question. At least for the audience, that's what I think. Okay, so it was VPC. Almost everyone made it. Igor, okay, Arman and Jushkunbek are pretty close. Come on, guys. What is the main use of AWS IEM service? What the heck is IEM? Managing access, running code, monitoring applications, or storing data. Is the answer always going to be the first one? Because that was the case, at least for the couple of situations. Okay, Arman. Arman is the first one. Serverless TF. I know who is this one. Okay, and Jushkunbek is third. Okay, this is 11th question. Which service provides distributed denial of service protection? And we are talking about AWS, of course. What service can we use against DDoS attacks in AWS? Of course, it was Shield. Not a CloudWatch, I mean this. Okay, Igor is third. And I believe serverless TF will be pretty close. Okay, that's head-to-head. Let's go. Okay, so this is multi-select. Which AWS services are commonly used for serverless computing? Okay, Lambda and Fargate. Andrei is third, Arman is still first, and serverless TF is second. Which service is managed machine learning platform in AWS? Okay, is an RDS, Redshift, DynamoDB, or SageMaker? One person didn't answer for some reason. Okay. Of course, it was SageMaker, and we also had a bunch of talks on SageMaker today. Arman is still first. Nothing really changed. Serverless TF is second. Which AWS service allows you to run SQL queries on data stored in S3? Oh, it was SQL queries on data stored in S3. Okay, 64 answers. 3 people didn't answer. Come on. Why? Okay, Athena. That's interesting. Okay, Arman is still first. And serverless Terraform is second, and the Z is third. Okay, this is 15th question. We have 3 more to go. Which service would you use to deploy and manage the serverless API? API gateway. Did something change? Which service would you use to automatically distribute incoming application traffic across multiple targets? Oh, right, that's a long question. Interesting. I thought it's Route 53. Am I the only one that's what? Okay. Arman is still first, and serverless TF is second, and Z is third. Okay, so this is 17th question. 1 more to go afterwards. What is AWS Bedrock primarily used for? We just had a session about this, so you should have come to that session. Okay, building and running machine learning models. That's what we use it for. I mean, that's just general purpose. Okay, so this is the very important question, and we know who is answering, so make a decision. Did you like the conference? What? Okay, so I need 4 names. Who are those people? All right, so are we ready to see the leaderboard? I think we are, right? Yay, that's what I expected, but okay. So the third one, the third place, Andrei Z. Second place, Arman. And first place goes to Serverless TF, yay! All right, so we actually have. So I want to invite all 3 people to the stage because we will be handing you guys over the prizes. Yes. Okay, so. Okay, so the first place is getting an AWS credit for $100. There we go, congratulations. And this was our speaker, Anton Pabienko. All right, let's go. And this is going to the open source, so we definitely made a really good decision. Yeah. Sweet. Okay, thank you, Anton. And in second place, Arman is here. Yay! Okay, so where is my credit? All right, there we go. So the second place gets a $50 AWS credit. There we go. Congratulations. Let's come here to take a picture. Sweet. Okay, congratulations, Arman. And in third place goes to Andrei Zaporozhan. Congratulations, Andrei. Let's take a picture. Okay. All right. Okay. And okay, let me just check my phone real quick, just in case someone is messaging something. Okay, sweet. Okay, so we didn't miss anything. Thank you, everyone. And this is actually it from the official part. And I want to invite all of you guys to the stage to do the group photo, and that would be the really very last thing that we will do. Thank you, everyone, for coming to AWS Community Day Central Asia 2024. I hope you guys enjoyed it. Thank you, and thanks to our sponsors and our beautiful speakers. Can we get a light up here to the stage? As many light as we can get. There we go. Okay, so we have a photographer. Yes, yes, so we are coming to the stage. So the tallest guy is coming to the very end, please. And shorter guys coming to, yes, and I probably should go somewhere here, and I probably need to go somewhere here just to control all of you guys. Who is up there? Okay, there we go. Tajik is coming. Who is missing? Why are we sitting? I mean, we need to. Okay, so just to control, what should we do? We need to squeeze it a little bit. No, wait a sec. Can I also do woohoo?
1, 2, 3.
Woohoo! GCP. Okay. Okay, sweet. Wait a second. Can we? Okay, so we have a lot of people coming from that side. Can we go a little bit to the left, right? Can we to the left, squeeze it a little bit? Okay. Sergey, you probably have to either go to the center or somewhere right there. Yes. And I will sit right there. Okay, looks good. Let's do it. Cheers! AWS!
Tashkent!
PHP!
User group!
All right, is that it? Okay, sweet, that's it. Thank you everyone and have a great rest of your weekend. Thank you.